Hello. We are alive. Congrats on getting first, Stola. Why does that... That was weird. I don't know why the sound is tart. So, hopefully... Hello, Lemuria. Lemuria? I can't say words right. We're gonna do a little pull on this. Hopefully the sound won't freak out. I didn't do an install and I didn't reinstall the game, but I had it do like a something like a check or whatever for the files update and that kind of shit. So hopefully shit's not fucked and we can just not have shit break horribly. Also, I got the stories back in here, I think. Did some little side missions in here earlier. So I guess we'll do that. So yeah, hopefully the sound's not gonna get fucky. Oh. We shall page that the sound is normal. God damn it. Hopefully we don't have to redo anything or anything. That would be really annoying. Especially since it fucking kicked us out. God damn it, game. I don't care about the invisible treasure chest. There. The invisible treasure chest is no longer invisible. We've solved it. There we go. Oh, yeah. Like, come on, game. I'm just trying to do story. God damn it. That's not what I wanted. Someone took what they were going through for a dream, then right now she was experiencing the most ludicrous part. Standing by the elevator, Asila looked down into the dark hollow. An imposing might kept surging up from beneath, tainting the air with a sense of danger. Worried about her friends, Sela returned here after making sure the sanctuary was safe, only to find herself engulfed by the sinister air. Obviously, her partners were in the middle of an even tougher battle, and their opponent... Huh? As time passed, the might grew weak. Anomalies are fading away, but why can't I sense Branya and the others? What's happening down there? Can't wait here. Sela's doing what she was told not to. Oh. No Branya, no Kevin. Or anybody else, Sela. Fuck! Shit, no one's here. Where'd World Serpent peeps go? Natasha is probably on Earth, yes. Hey, at least your moon has stuff on it. Ours is just there, being boring. Wait. I got turned around. Why can I only use the regular attack button? Where'd all my other buttons go? Trying to press the dodge button and it doesn't work. Sela, don't be afraid. Right, Sela, don't be afraid. Branya told me fear would rob people of their reason and throw them into a panic, so I mustn't be afraid. Be brave, Sela. You're not alone. Rania and company must be trying to get in touch with me. I'm not alone here, and I can't give up. What could possibly go wrong? Ellipses. Oh, you're such an idiot. Huh? Most familiar voice was suddenly heard again, and filled her with the joy of getting back something precious. Seela stood still tearfully and forgot what she was about to say. For her eyes was the limitless mind space. It was an environment Seela could not be more familiar with, but right now, the equally familiar figure was missing from the picture. Seela? Uh-huh. Bewildered, she looked around but could not locate the source of the voice. Seela, where are you? I can't see you. Don't worry, I'm right here. Seela, wait. Don't turn around now. Give me a moment. Seela turned around before the words were finished. Finally, what happened? Are you alright? I'm alright. How can you be? You just... It's because you were in such a hurry and I wasn't ready. But you were gone for too long. I said I'm fine. I just ran into a tough guy and got stalled. You questioning me? There's nothing I can't handle. Seela, why do you look like you're gonna cry? I mean, it's my fault. I shouldn't have shouted at you. No, I was just thinking about how useless I am. Don't spout nonsense. The fact that you're standing here is already a feat. So, you really didn't encounter anything dangerous? Don't worry, Seela. I didn't encounter anything. But I can't help thinking... Yeah, okay. You encountered things. They just weren't a danger to you. If I were strong enough, I wouldn't have lost Seela, and I would have found Anya and the rest by now. And if... Enough. Really... Looks like you'll blame yourself for everything if I don't explain the situation properly. Let me tell you, something really strong and frightening took me away. It took so much effort just to find the opportunity to escape. It wasn't easy coming back to your side, so you should treat me The next moment, she was wrapped in a warm embrace. So relieved that you came back safely. I'm back. After some time. So, Seela, you said you met a strong enemy. What happened? No, I'm here from the sanctuary. I couldn't sense anyone at all. Could that be related to that enemy you mentioned? Who knows? That fellow said that we're the same kind. Same kind? That brought back unpleasant memories for her. Who's there? You sly jerk, where did you drag me to? Come out, or I'll make you regret this. As expected, you're exactly like her. Enough about me or her. Who are you? I've warned you one last time. Come out right now, or you'll pay the price and regret it for the rest of your life. What an impatient child. Are you alright? It's fine, it's nothing. Anyway, since I'm here, we won't fall for the World Serpent's trap again. A person said that I'm a natural form and flattered us for no reason. Didn't you say you wanted to see me? I'm here to fulfill your wish. Truly rare to see someone who's willing to share their body with a completely different soul. Perhaps you don't know how difficult it is to open your heart to each other. Really, I don't want to be your enemy, I just want to get along with you. Aww. Anyway, that joke pulled some strings and made me... Forget it. Anyway, after controlling me for a long time, she was finally distracted. I jumped on it and escaped, and soon connected with you mentally. Anyhow, you really won't understand how weird that person is. Her dares to appear before me again. I'll make sure she gets a taste of my true power. Seela hesitated for a while before gripping the hand of the other her tightly. Don't worry, as long as you're back, whatever happens, we can face it together. As long as you're back. You're stinky, Elle. Yeah. Sela is touched by the love. Wait. What's wrong, Sela? Didn't you say that those friends of yours? So that's it. Sela, let's hurry down there. Okay. Hopefully the sound is okay. So she found the answer. There was nothing aside from a pitch black hole. That thick darkness exerted terrifying force, attempting to devour everything that approached it. Look at how damaged the stone walls around it was. It had definitely seen some vicious battles in the past and present. Yet now, other than the black hole in the center, everything was gone, as if it had never existed. This is... Oh, do you want to get sucked in too? Sela stopped and stared at everything before her in a daze. Fear and worry tugged endlessly at her heart, as if they were going to tear her apart. Anya. I'm in trouble this time. Cabin? Where's the cabin? Bunch of shit down here. I can't touch it. Where the fuck is Kevin? Ooh, a box. I guess I'll go back up. Cabin. Where's cabin? Like it's just sitting there. Interesting. I did, but there wasn't an interact button when I went up to it. It's just there. I'm not completely stupid. I did try. Like, eh. If there's supposed to be a button here, there is not one.
目的地に向かっています。艦長、ゼーレをどこに連れて行く気ですか？
Ball thing. This wall thing or a different wall thing? Like it just puts the thing on the map. It's not telling me where to go. Which makes me wonder if it's bugged or something. Maybe this? Well, that worked. Well, that's not Kevin related. Am I just super blind? Maybe he's down here. Well, there's an enemy, so that's good. Maybe. Probably. Like, it's not a random moon enemy. Oh, that's just a pit. Cool. More box. See the shush. Shush, sweetie. Okay. I can repair this. Do I need to repair this? Cool, teleportation. Woo! That's not helpful though. Kevin! Where'd you go? Weird. Is he below me or something? I don't know, man. Tell me what to do. I'm confused.
これ以上お姉ちゃんを傷つけさせない。
I am confusion.
艦長、ゼーレをどこに連れて行く気ですか？
It's this thing.
ゼーレ、了解しました。 ゼーレ、目的地に向かっています。
Yeah, because if I'm supposed to be interacting with the black hole, I can't. Like, there is no interact button. Yeah, I cannot interact with the little black hole thing. It's just, they're just a wall and no pop-up. So. Oh, and look, now the thing is actually pointing somewhere. Yeah, it was just, the quest thing was just broken. Yeah. It was bugged. I told you. Past hundreds of thousands of years, humans have been slaughtering each other for each and every reason. Yeah, they do that, Kevin. Some said it was their nature, some said it was proof that they were still in their childhood. Regardless, when he met the last of his kind not too long ago, he still chose combat as his means of communication. Let me make this clear, Kevin. I surrender. Without you, she couldn't possibly have trapped me temporarily like this. Maybe. Do you think we spoil her too much? If I steeled myself and took away the control of the body, she wouldn't have collapsed in this hole. That sounds ironic. Really? Isn't the most ironic person this dummy named Fuhua? Oh, he's so earnest, always wanting to treat everyone seriously. But in the end, other than another dummy named Kiana, have you ever done anything good for her? Oh, Timer, if only you had done as I said before, you wouldn't have to suffer this torment today. You've changed. Have I? Alright, maybe a little. Think about it. When we first met, I genuinely thought I had a fair chance against you. Thankfully, you wasted no time with words. If it were me, I would have mocked such an arrogant fool to no end. You are no fool, otherwise we would not be having this conversation. I'm the Herrscher of Sentience, after all. You can read the atmosphere and see that it's only out of respect that you didn't leave immediately. Even so, she's already won a few hours for her friends, given the physical properties of the black hole. Just like how you faced finality in the past. It's fundamentally different, but you can compare it that way. They have much to do if they want to surpass the finality like Project Stigma.
どういう意味ですか?
What do you mean? Are you anticipating your own failure? Project Stigma is the worst project. I also fully believe in this statement. I got it now. In the end, you're just like old-timer. No offense, just expressing my thoughts. After all, I've long lost my interest in saving the world. No. Measure of sentience, you are also one of the kindlings. Huh? It's fine if you cannot understand. Think of it as the last influence on reality from 50,000 years ago. The discordant Honkai consciousness has disappeared, the person who was born a Harsher. Right now, what can you feel from the cocoon? Cocoon? What are you talking about? I see. Looks like Hare's concerns were not baseless. Hey, what exactly do you mean? I'm measuring your distance from origin, from finality's angle. Seems like you really stole the power of finality. Accurately speaking, Project Stigma hijacked finality. I'm only a part of it. There's a difference? Of course. The past, chimerism, allowed me to bear the center of Stigma. By the same principle, it also determined that I was unable to become the key of finality. Measure of sentience, you possess Hua's memories. You should know, whether it's Su, Hua, or me, all of us are but a piece of the puzzle to complete the final project. No suit went against you under May's suggestion? Back then, we all lost our much-needed composure. But you're right. Even so, we long for this false samsara to come to a complete stop in this era. After all, the stars cannot be rearranged in one stroke. It was rumored that many years ago, a dying awakened one once left a message for the Shixel Overseer, telling him to look for the only key needed to overcome Honkai. According to his calculations, he could shape Bianca Durandal Athagina into the key after 32,874 unspeakable notes. In other words, in terms of probability, this was nigh impossible. But that awakened also said, in the end, Project Veluca finally found the only answer. This was not a baseless vision. It was not to glorify defeats, either. Compared to Otto and Durandal, compared to the others, who peripherally knew about this matter, the other being beyond imagination would perhaps better understand the deeper meaning behind those words. The newly born youth lay in a fissure. He struggled to get up, then realized the river Spree was on his left. He was in Berlin. He looked across the river to the south, where Brandenburg Gate was. The thick smoke produced by fire billowed back and forth like mud soaked in blood. The streets were filled with rubble. Buildings and vehicles breathed in and out smoke sporadically, like moribund people. It was high noon. Under dark clouds, death was descending on Berlin. This outfit, what exactly happened here? Womp. This device looks like... No, it can't be operated at all. In fact, it's just for show. There isn't the stuff. Oh my god! Branya, why is this the fastest you can go? Why are you so slow? Somehow, this place feels dangerous. But we don't have other clues. Need to investigate. Fire. Word of merely 4 letters symbolizes the greatest good and the greatest evil. In March 2011, the girl was caught in a fire. Anya, here, grab me. Should be safe here. Are you okay, Alexavina? Branya's okay, Uncle Maxim. Better call me Max, boss from now on. People in our line of work never know when they have to find a new master. But your new master won't appreciate being called Uncle. Branya understands, press Uncle Maxim. Well, that's the daughter of Alexei and Alexandra. This is inflexible. Don't take this too hard. The place we've called home for years is a goner. Let's remember the last moment of this place. This is before Branya went to the orphanage. Branya! Kiana. Thank goodness you're alright. I thought I saw you being dragged out of a fire. I hope that was an illusion. Branya, when did you change into this outfit? Branya isn't sure, but the fire you saw probably isn't an illusion. It's Branya's memory. That was back in 2011. Branya told Kiana what she had just experienced. That's what happened. Maybe Joyce's will helped us follow Branya to find Kiana when she was trapped in memories. Listening to your recount, be it this incident or our current situation, there's still plenty of suspicion, don't you think? Of course. Why does this place look like the moon 50,000 years ago? Why did Branya turn into the sniper she was? And why did Branya see Wild Joyce's figure? Why could Branya release Kiana from her dreams? What role does that hair play? Anyway, we have too many questions that can't be answered. Branya hasn't regained her powers the Hersher of reason. Kiana, are you alright? My Hersher core is stable, but there's nothing wrong with my energy flow. But speaking of hair, Kiana paused for 2 seconds. She thought about how she should describe her. I don't know why, but she comes off as chilling. Not like Otto or Kevin, but domineering like the Hersher of the Void. Hersher of the Void? They seem very different. How do I put it? It's nothing to do with her personality or way of speaking, but more about the threat her way of existence creates. It's hard to explain it this way, too. And let's start with the easier part, huh? Is that figure? Well, Joyce, he reappeared. He went poof. Oh man, why do I have to fight as Branya? Oh no, never mind. I'm not fighting as Branya. I'm fighting as Sela. This is very, very strange. Yeah. So this is, I investigated a similar looking memory fragment, or spatial structure, then Kiana appeared. Does this mean this time May? Ciao, Kiana. Huh? Hey! Kiana, Branya, did I hurt you? Of course not, but you're amazing. You don't need Bronya's help to break free from this weird restraint.
あの幻覚自体が
Maybe
弱ま
because
った
those
からかも
illusions
しれない
weakened,
な。
but you said
な
Bronya.
るほど。
That
あれは
explains. It's
断
the
りの
memory
一
of
種の
Her of
記憶名
Reason.
姉さん。何を見
May,
たんですか？
what did you see?
私が見たの
Saw
は
someone, a
深い
dark-haired
髪
boy,
色の
being
少年
questioned
が
by people in lab
白衣を着
coats.
名前は
What's your
どこ
name?
に
Where
住ん
did
で
you
いた？
live? Which country are
国
you from?
籍は
There's been a sexual content warning on there for the whole time, Aqua.
でもその少年は
But that
別
boy
の
only
質問を
answered
彼らに
them
して
with,
いた。
who am I?
俺ブローニャちゃんと関
If
係
you
があ
have
るし、
something to do with that
ネゲン
memory,
トロピ
if
ーに
you
伝
look
わっ
like...
てた姿と同じだった。おそらく
Really? It didn't show you that I put that on there? Yeah, I checked
最
most
初
of
の
the
断りの律者だと思え
tags
ば
for mature because, I mean, have you seen this game? If he looked like what the people at Entropy described, I believe he swelled Joyce, the first treasure of reason.
ブローニャたちも
They also
時
came
々
here
現
after
れる
his
彼の
flickering
姿を追
figure.
ってここの
Despite
ブローニャ
this,
たちはウサギ
also my model is
貧困計
sexy.
画の力のせいで以前と
We
ほぼ
mustn't
同じ
forget
窮
we
地
were
に
put into
陥っ
this
ていることを
predicament again by Hair,
忘れ
or
ては
rather
いけま
Project
せん。それって
Stigma.
私たちが
Which
今
is
ま
to
で触
say,
れたものは
everything
全
we've
部
been
ウ
exposed
サギの
to
仕
so
業か
far
も
could
しれ
have
ないってこ
been
と？
planned by
わか
Hair.
りませんが、何
I
があ
don't
って
know,
も
but this time we must
今
find
回
her
は
flaw and to
彼女
countermeasure
の弱点を
against
見
her
つけ、
abilities,
その
or
対応
she'll
策を
always have
考
the
える
upper
必
hand.
要。
Yeah, and
そ
if
れ
we
にも
think
う少
ahead,
し先
seizing
の
the
話。
initiative from Kevin would be just as
どうやって
difficult.
周囲の力に対抗して
Yeah, to fight the
生
power
還
of
計画を超
finality
え
and
るには
exceed Project
少
Stigma,
なく
we
と
at
も
least need to
ネゲン
establish
トロピ
stable
ーや低迷
connections
の科学者
with the
のみんなと
scientists of
安定
anti-entropy
し
and
て連絡を。
Shixel.
そういえ
That
ば
I've got a feeling
ベ
that
ルト
Walt
た
had
ちは
already
とっ
made
くに
plans, but
いく
didn't
つかの
divulge
計
them for
画を用意
reasons.
くに
Already?
うん
Well,
少
1 or
な
2
くと
years
も
ago at
君
least.
それって
Isn't that when we
私
were
たちが
still
ま
in
だ
St.
セーフ
Freya?
レイキアナまさ
Kiana,
か
do you
メイ
mean...
先輩
Hey,
ブローニャ
Bronya, do you still remember the
姫
ghost
子先生
battleship
と
the
一緒に
Mr.
捉えた
Himeko let us
もちろ
capture?
んです
Of
ブ
course,
ロー
I
ニャが
tried to
メイン
crack
シ
its
ステムを
master
解
control,
読し
but
ようと
found
し
it
た
didn't
ら
have any
すで
password
に
or
操作権限が
restrictions.
解放されていま
Miss
した
Himeko was worried that it was a
姫と
trap.
その後
Though
ブ
my
ローニャの
biochip
バ
did
イオ
get
チップ
jammed
は
afterward,
干
what
渉を受
happened
け
in
ま
New
したが
Zealand proved it wasn't
ニュー
directly
ジーランドで
related
起きた事
to the
件から
strange master
戦艦の
control.
そういえば
In that case,
そ
the
の
chain of
後に
events
起き
that
た
followed
一
was
連のこ
related
と
to
は
Cocolia.
どれもかか
That
りやが
ghost
関わっ
battleship
てた
remained
け
a
ど
mystery to
当
us.
時ブロー
I
ニャは
found a
戦艦
strange
のメ
mail
イ
in
ン
the
コンピュ
master
ーター
control.
キアナへ
Dear
元気
Kiana,
かい
greetings. We
14
hereby
年の
return you
時
the
を経て
battleship Celine after
ついにこ
14
の鉱
years.
山について
You shall
新
ascend
し
the
い世
throne
界
and
を
rule
想
this
像す
world,
るん
but
だ
before that you will need to
でも
find
そ
four
の前に
keys.
征服の雷疫病の炎
Lightning of
渇望
conquest,
の
fire of
嵐
affliction,
性
storm of
質の石
desire, and death of
そ
tranquility.
うそう
P.S. The
投稿システム
password to
の
the
パス
bridge is
ワー
your
ドは
birthday.
当時はうさん
I
く
thought
さい
its
と思っ
sender
た
wasn't
けど
malicious, just pretentious.
悪意は感じら
Evan
れな
said
かった
everything would be clear to flying the battleship to
セーフ
St.
レイでも
Freya.
その後は
In reality, new
新たな
problems
問題
arose
が次から
incessantly,
次
so
へ
we
と
still
やって
hadn't
きて
figured out the battleship
え
out.
え
To be
ハイパリ
precise,
オンに移
Celine's
され
engine
た
that's been
ムーンライ
transferred
ト
to
ストームのエン
Hyperion
ジンは
is the work
ア
of
インシュ
Dr.
タイン博
Einstein
士
and
とテス
Dr.
ラ博士
Tesla.
の作品で
However,
す
they
が
refused to
あ
elaborate
の
on the
メール
source
は
of that
ずっと
mail.
多分それは
I think that
ネ
might
ゲ
have
ントロピ
something to
ー
do
が
with
考えてた
Anti-Entropy's original
崩
plan.
壊元の計画
Original
う
plan?
んあのメールは
That
テ
mail
ス
should
ラ
be
博士
written
の
by
仕業
Dr.
だと
Tesla.
思うん
It's
だ
pretty obvious if you
初期
eliminate
法で
those
考える
involved.
今思えば
Now it
ネ
seems
ゲ
that
ントロピーは
Anti-Entropy was trying to
ム
help
ーン
me
ライト
seize
ス
all
ロ
of
ーンの
Siren's
力を
Herrscher
利用
powers
し
by
て
drawing support
私を助
from
けようとし
Celine.
でも支
But
配の
after
力者に
defeating
勝っ
Herrscher
た
of
後
Dominance, nobody
ネ
at
ゲントロピーの
Anti-Entropy
人た
brought
ち
it
が
up again.
すでに終わった話
Isn't
だか
that
らだと
because
思
we're
い
over
ます
it?
事件自体は
You're
そうだ
right,
け
but
ど
what's bothering me
私は
is
気になっ
why
て
do
る
they
の
want me to
は
harness the powers represented
当
by
時
those gems?
博士たちはオットーと
The
全然
doctors
違う
aren't
し
Otto. They won't
シ
make a
ーリンが持っ
plan
てた
like
力を
this just
求め
because
て
they covet the
そんな
power
計画を
Siren
考
had.
えそういった視点で
If
考
we look at
え
it
れば
that way, things do
確
become
かに怪しく
suspicious.
感
But
じてくるがまさ
Kiana,
かそれが
Do you actually think the crux of this matter isn't serum, but finality? It's just a guess, but I feel it can explain some strange things. Strange? When I was with the doctors, I occasionally felt guilt from them. I initially thought this was due to my physical health. But until this day, that faint emotion hasn't left them. Why don't you ask them? Tried asking Dr. Cecil on the night I left for Coloston. She admitted writing that letter, but said there's huge room for improvement for anti-entropy's plan before I come face to face with the harsher finality. Dr. Tesla, why did she leave you hanging? She said, Kiana, you wouldn't want your teacher to read your unrevised essay in class, would you? It's the same thing. Well, on the bright side, this indicates Project Stigma isn't the only solution for our world. What? Is it funny for me to say that? No, I thought... Ah, Kiana, you're an idiot. You already did that with me, yet you're freaking out about this now. Pranya? Pranya's as unforgiving as ever. Okay, we can think about this after breaking free from Hare's control. We can't do anything about Kevin under this condition. Could this be why the first Herrscher of Reason appeared before us? Pranya doesn't know. It might be more complicated. Anyhow, this is our only clue at present. Let's move forward cautiously. Yeah! Nyom. It's not Genshin Aqua, it's the waifu game. Don't you see the title of the stream? Yeah, that's a real nice game. Just leave me to control Bronya. The slowest one. Don't let me fight as Bronya, please. Okay, thank you.
やっぱりここにも干渉があります。
おかしいわね。渡りガラスの話だと、ウサギは律者に興味がないはずなのに。
お願い、もう一人の
何度も私たちを騙してるけど、目的は一体何なのかしら。雷電の鼓動、早く。
やけど決戦の時が来た。転換準備。やっせ。ふっふっや。やっと。力を受け入れなさい。ぜ。やっはっはっ。
強風よ。私に服従しなさい。
決戦の時が来た。
Yay! Delete button. Dot, dot, dot.
なるほど。
I see. We came to you from a crack like this one.
でも今回
But this time Joyce didn't appear.
はい。
Yeah, that was really the will of Joyce. Perhaps no other existence was sealed into this memory. Still worth examining as a clue, though.
それでも手がかりとして調査する価値があります。
やあ、誕生日おめでと
Hey, happy
こ
birthday.
れは
Is this
ブローニャ
for
へのプレゼ
Bronya?
ントで。
う。お前の父さ
Your
んから
dad
もらっ
gave
た
me
んだ。
this. I dug it out the
ドラッ
last
ドが
time he
片
helped
付
me
けをして
clean
くれ
up.
た時、
Think
これ
it'd
が
make a
返
nice
してな。
birthday present for you.
お前の
ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
気にするな。
I'll mention it. Lexi wanted to be a
小さな頃の
sculptor
アレ
when
ク
he was
セイは
young.
彫
Liked
刻家に
giving
なり
us
たいって言
novelties
って
he
たから。
collected, even after
兵
joining
士
the
になって
army.
もこういうものを
Back then, I
俺
didn't
たち
think
に
they
くれた
hold
ん
any
だ。
value.
まさか今になって
Who'd have thought
そ
they'd
ういう
become
金に
collector's
ならない
items
もの
today?
を。
このウサギもですか。
Including this rabbit? Of
ま
course
さか
not. It's worth
それが
anything.
金
We'd
に
have
な
already
るなら
traded it
とっ
for
くに食い
food.
物だ。
食べ物はお
Food
金
is
がかかり
expensive,
ます。
Branya knows.
バカな
Kid,
こと
our life wasn't so difficult. Back then, everyone in
昔はこんな
Siberia
風に
belonged to one
難しくはな
country.
かったんだ
Didn't
が
fight each other or
当
worry
時の
about
シ
being
ベリアは
robbed
ま
by
だ一つ
neighbors.
の第二次崩壊
The second
そのせ
eruption
いで俺たちの土地
turned
は
our
金に
motherland
なら
into
な
a
い墓場
worthless
になった
graveyard. Shixel abandoned us, the
天
country
命
abandoned
も
us,
国
and
も俺
ultimately
た
we
ちを捨て
abandoned
た
ourselves.
誰も真面目に
Nobody
働こう
wants
とし
decent
ない
work. People with weapons
武器
either
を持っ
become
た奴は
bandits or
強
hired
盗か
guns like
俺
us.
たちみたい
What else
に
can we
命
do?
を他
We
人
need
に
to
売ったやつ
survive.
だ
Get it, Alexivana?
分かったか
Alexivna?
アレク
I
セイ
don't live a normal life.
このシベリアでまともな
Nobody
生
lives
活
a
を送って
goddamn
るやつ
normal
なんて
life
い
in
ない
Siberia.
これは
Is
ブ
this
ローニャちゃんの
Bronya's
子供の
childhood?
頃。
お見苦しいところを
Sorry
見せま
about
した。
this.
そんなことないよ。
Please don't. I grew up in
私もシベ
Siberia,
リ
and
アで
life
育っ
there
たもん。
It isn't easy
まさ
either.
かクシムおじさんは
Uncle
ブロ
Maxim
ーニ
was
ャ
my
の
father
父親
Alexi's
アレ
comrade
クセ
and
イの
childhood
戦友
friend.
でブローニャは両親
I
の
don't
ことを
know
知
my
りません
parents ever since I can
物心
remember.
がついた時
Uncle
から
Maxim has been
マキシ
taking
ムおじ
care
さ
of
ん
me,
がブローニャの面倒
teaching
を
me how to survive the war.
それはブローニ
This
ャちゃん
before
が
you met
かかりやってで
Cocolia?
はい
Yeah, that was
ブ
my
ローニ
10th
ャが
birthday.
10歳の誕
The
生
next
日を
summer,
家の修繕費を
Uncle
稼ごうとした
Maxim,
マ
who
キ
was
シムおじ
saving
さん
money to
は
fix our house,
仕事中に
was killed
銃
at
の
work
子を
by a
外して死に
misfire.
ました
One who shot him was a
そ
boy
の
not
銃
much
を撃
older
った
than
の
me,
はブロー
and
ニ
sent
ャ
to
に
war
少
for
し
the
年
first
上の
time.
マキシムおじさんのグルー
Uncle
プは
Maxim's
その
gang
まま解
disbanded
散し
by
ました
winter. Had to make
その
money
冬
somehow, and
ブ
ended
ロー
up
ニャは
meeting
自分の
Matushka.
ブローニャちゃん
Anya.
もう過ぎたことですから
That was a long time ago.
Bronya,
Bronya, the
孤児
orphans,
院の子
Matushka
供たち
Kokolia,
お母
and
様
Uncle
とマキ
Maxim
シ
were
ムお
all
じさん
ordinary people in
すべ
Siberia.
てシベリ
There
アで
was
暮ら
nothing
した
special
普通の
about
人
us.
間で三尺の氷は
I think
一
ice
日
isn't
の歓
frozen
喜
in
で
a
はで
day.
きない
Problem of that land
あの
can't be
時の問
resolved
題
by
は
individual
一
efforts
人のヒ
alone.
アナの両親
Though Kiona's
それから
parents
メ
and
ゲントロ
Auntie
ピー
Entropy
が
saved
多
countless
くの
lives,
人たちを助け
social
てくれまし
impact
た
and
が
secondary
第
disasters
二次崩壊によ
resulting
る
from
社
the
会
second
的な衝
eruption
撃
still
と二
destroyed
次
the
災
faith
害
in
は
that land.
国家の解体
The state
戦争の
collapsed
爆
and war
発
broke out. The
平和だっ
orderly
たシベリア
Siberia
は
was reduced to
魔
heaven
法物
for
の天
outlaws.
国になりました
It'd take
そうな
generations
っ
to
たら
restore normality to
数
such
世
a
代の
desperate
時間を
place
か
if
けても
possible.
でも
Yet
そもそ
Bronya
も
only knows the
ブロー
chaotic
ニャの
side
知っ
of
て
my
る故郷
motherland.
は混乱
I
に
drew
満
the
ちて
older
いました
generations who watched their lives
い
fall
つもの
apart.
生活をなく
Bronya
した一
considers
世
my
代前の人
generation
たちよ
lucky.
りも
崩壊に打ち勝ったとしても
Even if we
まだ
defeat
まだみんな
Honkai,
で
we
や
still
らな
need to
ければ
rebuild
な
the
らない
world
こ
with
とが
everyone.
というより
Defeating
崩壊
Honkai
の
is more like
数
the
は
first step to
世
changing
界
the
を
world.
変える
We
第
want
一
to
歩な
change
の
this
かも
imperfect world for the better.
この
Everyone
完璧じゃない
constituting
世界を変えるために
no
一人一人が
constituting
必
it
要なんだ
must work
デ
together.
ュランダルが言ったように
Storindel said the
世
world
界
is a
は一つ
canvas
の
whose
キャンバス
beauty
で
depends on the color
そ
each
の
of us
美し
paints
さ
on
は
it.
ええ
Yeah, like Harsha of
断りの
reason
律
is the
者
sheer
が
thought
実は
of
30万
300,000
人の兄
people.
弟
それは
That must be a why.
Alicia が
Alicia intended that every flame chaser
13
was
英傑が一
indispensable.
人でも
さて
Okay, dwelling on the past isn't going to help us.
現実の
We should
力
go
にはな
back
り
to
ません
finding clues. Yeah. Hush, L. Because L refuses to listen.
Yeah, 決戦の時が来た。はっ、転換、準備。やっ、はっ、はっ、せっ、
雷電のごと強風よ私に服従しなさい
やけど決戦の時が来た。はっ、はっ、はっ。やっと。キャー。キャッ、はっ、せ、お願い。もう一人の私。仕方ないのよ。
Looking at lightsabers, huh? Wee touch. The poet was said only those who live in the present are blessed by the world. One such can derive nourishment from the occasional fluctuations of fate, as what grass does to dew. When spring comes, people need not stay in winter. Only after people have regained purity can they discover the purity of their neighbors. Over half a century ago, on the outskirts of St. Maurice, Switzerland.
どうカール私の腕前はそんなに
How
弱
was
って
it,
ないでし
Carl?
ょ
I hope my skill isn't too rusty. Actually, you play even more beautiful than
そう
before. Is it? You've become quite the sweet
女の子
talker.
どう
I've waited forever for you to see the light, yet on the same day your cousin will start a new life across the Atlantic. Tell me the truth, are you unhappy? Oh shit, they're unhappy. Man named Carl grinned. It must be difficult for you to move to a new country. I knew you'd say that. War's finally over. I'm going to Princeton to conduct new research, and you're going to Berlin to work as a psychiatrist. Our lives will get busier from now on. Man named Carl looked into the distance. It always gets serious at times like this. We rustling leaves answer the raging storm with our voices. And who are you? And who are you, Silent One? I'm but a small flower. I think this poem suits you a lot. Cool. Thanks, Carl. Rania saw her in a photo. She's one of the founders of Anti-Entropy, Emma Planck. The supervisor of Dr. Einstein and Dr. Tesla? Yes, and she appears to have a complex relationship with the first searcher of reason, Walt Joyce. But even Carl Gustav's memory is scattered here. Pressure of Reason's core is in a dangerous state. What do you mean? Carl Gustav is one of the 300,000 that constitute the core, possibly the first. In other words, he's not only the origin of Walt Joyce, but also the origin of Herrscher of Reason. So the conclusion we can draw is, under the influence of Project Stigma, Herrscher of Reason's core has disintegrated on a physical level. Disintegrate? Oh, this isn't as scary as it sounds. The core consists of 300,000 minds, so theoretically, each of them may quit. Herrscher of Reason is a unified concept, so the two belts in Bronya opposites control over 300,000 minds. The real question is, how to rid a distributed core of Project Stigma's influence to create room for Bronya to regain strength. Oh. Ad time! Woo! I need to get water. BRB. Auto. You return.
メイ先輩と私は難しいとこ
Well,
ろ
man, I
が
didn't
な
have
かっ
that
た
kind
よ
of problem.
あ
Wait, is it because our cores aren't distributed?
ブローニャの言う分それだけじゃ
Maybe it's more than that. Unlike you two, Bronya's not a Hersher that's ascended.
断りの律者のコアは
A Hersher of Reason's core has never ascended?
あ
Yes, this is because Welt Joyce has been a Hersher fighting for humanity since the
人類の
beginning.
彼は30万人
The aid of
分の思想の力
300,000
で
thinking, he resisted
崩壊が
Honkai's
人格を
corruption
侵食
of
し
his
ようとするの
character,
を防ぎ
transformed the power of
文明
destruction
を
into
滅
a
ぼすは
shield
ず
for
の
the
力
people.
をだからこそ
That makes Hersher of
他の律者
Reason
と比べる
unique
と
among Hershers.
ここ数年間
For many years,
ネゲントロ
Anti-Entropy
ピ
has
ーは
been
さま
trying
ざ
to
まな方
increase the
法で
core's output
この
power,
コアの出力を
but
上
has
げよ
met
う
with
とした
little
が
success.
今でも
Until now, the
ジョイスは
power
最後の
that
戦いを見
Joyce
せた力に
demonstrated in the
及ばな
final
いから
battle is still beyond our reach.
そして
As you
上
saw,
空市で羽化を
May,
経
who has
験した
ascended in
ライデン
Nakazora,
は
if you calculate
観
only
測
by
し
the
たパワ
observed
ーだけで
output
計算す
power,
ると
her limit not only
彼
far
女の力
surpasses
は
yours and
俺
mine,
たちをは
but
るか
also
に超えてい
certainly
る
Joyce's.
ジョイ
Hello,
スよりも上だ
Ruben. Welcome in.
他の証拠とともに
Einstein
愛
drew
を
the
こう結論
adopted
付けた
conclusion from combined
俺とジョイス
evidence.
の
While
誕生
Joyce's
は
birth is
羽化とは
unrelated
無
to
関係
ascension,
で
Hersher of
断りの
Reason's
律者
core
コ
is
アの状
essentially
態
the
と
same as the Gem of
デザイア
Desire.
ベルトさんは
Even if you
この
fully
コアと完全同期
synchronized
した
with
こと
this
があるん
core,
ですよ
なあ
yeah,
俺は
it
奇
was
跡
a
的に
miracle
それ
that
が
brought
で
me
きたから
closer to Joyce's
あく
power,
まで
and
ジョイスの
that's
力
it.
に
そうなると
So I've never released this core's full power, not even once.
ライデン・メイの例から考え
Given
る
May's example, this may be the
その可能性は
case,
高い。
but as I said, the uniqueness of this
しかし、
core makes it
俺が
impossible
今
for
言っ
us
た
to
ように
replicate May's
この
case.
ブローニャは
But
それでも
Bronya's
問
okay
題
with
ない
it.
と思
If
い
the
ます
uniqueness of this core has
こ
helped
の
Joyce
コ
and
アの
us,
特殊性が
then this is
ジ
how
ョイ
it's
ス
meant
さん
to
も
be.
ベルトさんが言ったように
As Mr. Yang said, Hersher of Reason's core isn't as stable as May's and Kiana's. But on the bright side, finding Hersher of Reason's power may be the same thing as finding Hair's weakness. Huh?
あくまで可能性の話で
Just
す
maybe call it a hunch.
もしかしたら
Maybe Hersher of Reason exists in a way similar to Project
成婚
Stigma
計画
itself.
自体ヨルムンガンドの話
If we
で
take World Serpent's claims into
成婚
account,
計画は
Project
夢
Stigma
を
will
通して
unify
人
people's
々の
will
意
through
志を
dreaming
統合し
and ultimately
ひいては
dominate finality.
終焉を支配
This
する
sounds as believable as a
しか
mythos.
し
But if we compare it to the state that Hersher of Reason was in at birth,
つまり
you mean
30万
the
人の
thoughts of
子孫のこと
300,000 people?
はい
Yes, that
律
them
者
in this
コアの
core
中
are
にいる
distributed
彼らは
components.
分散式
You
コア
could
を
say
構築する
either
ユニット
they're all
です
Hershers of Reason or none of
断り
them
の
is
律
Hersher
者
of
である
Reason.
そう考えると
From this
成婚計画が
perspective, we can
断りの
argue
律
that
者
it's
コア
because
に
of this
与える影
structural
響が
similarity
他のコ
that
アより
Project
ずっと
Stigma has a
強
much
いの
greater
は
impact on Hersher
構
of
造が
Reason's
似てい
core.
るというよりブローニャた
It
ち
may
は成
even
婚
be
計
Hersher
画
of
で
Reason's
は
core,
なく
not Project Stigma,
断りの
has
律
trapped
者の
us
コアに
here.
よって
If this is
ここに
true,
ウサギはその隙
then
を
what
利
Hair
用
did
して
was most likely
断
exploiting
り
the
の律者の
situation.
コアを刺激
She
し
stimulated the
人為
core
的
so
に
it's
分散させることで
discretized
成婚
and
によ
become
り
more
近い存
Stigma-like.
在ルランダル
Sigma-like.
さんの話を覚えています
Remember
か
what Durandal said in a
成
space
婚
where
計画が
space
直
directly
接支
controlled
配
by
する空
Project
間の
Stigma,
中にいる
things closer to
成
being
婚
a
に
stigma
近い
will
存在は
spontaneously
自発的に
expand
素
it.
数空間の中の
Despite
不
the
動
fact
点
that the fixed point in imaginary space, namely
律者
Hersher
コアは
cores, can
そ
reverse
の
its
拡張
expansion,
を逆転させ
they
ること
form
が
a
でき
web.
ますもしかしたら
We could end up
ブローニ
trapped
ャ
in
た
a
ちは
spider's prey.
で
Like
も
a
そ
spider's
れ
prey.
をどう確認す
But
れば
how
いい
can
の
we confirm it? We
実
don't
際
really
の
have an
きっか
entry
けがま
point.
だ
以前も話したけ
We
ど
mentioned a flame chaser named
という
Calpus
名の
before.
英傑が
He wanted to
似た
find
よ
the
うな
answer to a
答えを
similar
探すた
question,
め
so
に
he kept damaging the
古の
structure of
楽
the
園を破
Elysian
壊
realm.
し続けたことがある
But
の
that's in a virtual
現
world.
実空間な
I'm
ら
in the real
さら
world,
な
so
る
Hersher
力
the
の
Void's
力を
power
使ってみ
ability
ればいいんじゃない
applies. If this
これ
mail
は
is just a
無
web
限
that
に伸
doesn't
び
go
る
on
状況じゃ
forever,
な
we
くて
can find its
で
weakness.
もそん
But
な弱
what kind
点
of weakness could it be?
待って
Wait, could it be the memories we were exposed to?
確かに可能
It's
性はあり
possible.
ます
If we want to destroy a web,
網
we
を破
must
壊する
target
な
its
ら
threats.
非常に難しいと思い
This
ま
may
す
be very difficult, but Kiana,
Kiana,
you can try breaking
今度
things with Hersher
あ
of
れ
the
らの
Void's
記憶の
power.
分かったよ
Got it. But
でも
Bronya, you know
ブローニャ
doing so might damage the
分かっ
memories
て
of
ると思
former
うけ
Hersher
ど
of Reason,
そん
right?
なことをしたらそれでも大
Is
丈
it
夫なの
really okay?
ええ
It's
問題
okay.
ありません。
As a matter of
ブローニ
fact,
ャは
Bronya has
こと
faith
わり
in
の
the
律者に
tenacity of our
根
short
性を信
reason.
じています。
Bronya has faith that
そ
this
の根
tenacity
性
will
が
create the
現
opportunity to
状を
break
打
the
破する
status
きっ
quo.
かけをですから
So,
機会があれ
Kiana,
ば
when you get the
思
chance,
い切
don't
りやっ
hold
てくだ
back.
さい。任せて
Leave it to me,
ブローニャ
Bronya. Aw, yeah. Fucking hell, Bronya, why are you so fucking slow? Yeah.
審判の時は来た。
雷電のごとく早く。強風よ、私に服従しなさい。千鳥バットン。それであの人が
So
ベル
it's
ト
about
ジョイス。
Joyce?
はい。
Yeah, Branya's dreamed of him many times, but he hasn't said anything to Branya.
ほとん
Just
ど
went
は
on
何
and
も
watched
話
Branya
さ
in
ず、
silence.
ひたすら道を歩いたり、ブローニャの方を見つめているだけでした。
Yay!
やっぱりここにはたく
More
さんの記
memories
憶が
here.
存在します。ならこれ
And
を
to
相手
target
に
it, are we
さっ
going
き
to try
話
with
した
what
こ
we
とを
mentioned
試して
before?
ね。
Yes,
でも
but Kiana,
何か気になる
do
こと
you
でも
have
ある
something
んで
that's
すか？
been bothering you?
そうね。
Yeah, when we
さ
saw
っき
Joyce's
ジョイスさん
figure
の
just
姿
now,
を見
it
た
seemed
時、
like you had something to
何か話
say.
そうとした。
はっきりとは表現できな
I'm
い
not
け
sure
ど、
how to express it, but
あ
when
の
I
姿
feel
の
that
中
figure
にある
consists
感
of
情が
extremely
す
complex
ごく複
emotions.
雑ベルトに似ているような気
Resembles
もす
Mr.
る
Yang in
し、
some ways, and the heart
空
of the
の
void
力
in
者にも
others.
似ている
He
し、
resembles
真
Siren
理
in
に似
certain
たと
ways.
ころもあり、
Anyway, I feel
と
like
にかく
that's
単な
not
る
simply the
断りの
strength
力
of the
者の
Harsher of
力だと、
reason.
ウサギの影響かしら。
Is it Hair's influence?
それも原因
And
の
that's the
一つ
most
かもしれ
probable
ない。
reason. Hair's identity
ウサギ
might
の
be
正
more
体は
complicated than she
本人
claims.
ウサギ宛ての成婚の結晶
Is
っ
she
て
really Shariak's
本
stigma
当なのか
crystal?
な？
What did she mean when she described herself that way?
なるほど。
I see.
そうなると、
Looks like this
も
is
し
a
かした
game for
ら
the brave.
勇敢なもののゲ
Game
ー
for the
ム。
brave.
ギアナ、そろ
Prepare
そ
to
ろ
try
計
our
画を
plan,
実行し
Kiana.
ましょう。
I'm going to unleash this
今から
memory. The youth woke up from a special life-sustaining airship. The surrounding displays were distorted by the convex glass. He saw what seemed like a world within a fish tank. He silently pressed a particular button inside the airship and prompted a system announcement to
現在
play.
の心拍数は67。
Heart rate is 67 per minute and
1秒量は 4.28
4.28 liters of air is consumed each time you inhale
身
strongly.
体基礎機能正
Your
常。
body's basic indicators are very healthy. You may leave this airship at any time. The youth pressed the
承
same
認
button
完
again.
了。ドアが間もな
Confirmation
く開き
complete.
ます
The airship will depart shortly. Please be cautious.
おはようございます、ヨアヒム。
Good morning, Joaquin.
そろそろ
Shall I
朝ご
share
はんの準
breakfast
備
for
を。
you?
ありがとうエイダ
Yes, thank you.
食堂で食べよう
Let's eat at the canteen. I'm heading over now. Yeah, call him youth and then give him his normal voice actor. When though he said that, the youth was still dressed in a bathrobe, lazing on an aged single-seated sofa as he dried himself. Across the sofa was a line of bookshelves, practically empty as there were merely a few physics theory books piled on them. The youth finally stood up and pushed those books away. Picked up a book that was hidden at the bottom, Happy Prince. The intricate illustration on the cover had already yellowed over time, but a streak of a girl's beautiful handwriting was left on the first page. May you thrive in health and academics. Yana Brigantia, November 1955. She was the strongest Valkyrie in Shixel back then. As she had broken his toy robot by accident, she gave him a small compensation gift when he was 8 years old.
大丈夫ですか？
How is it, Kiana?
大丈夫？
Are you alright?
なんて言えばいい
Should
の
I
か
put
な。
it? I never thought that using my authority in someone else's memory would be so demanding. Only the Hersher's sentience was still with us. I painstakingly managed to free my consciousness from passive observation. Once I tried to use my authority, the memory disappeared immediately.
ですが、
Just before it disappeared, there was definitely something there.
ウサギが監視
Could
して
it
る
be
のかし
Hair
ら。
watching us?
わかりません。
Ronnie isn't
し
sure.
かし、
But
こ
if
うなった
that's the
以上
case,
メイ姉さんも準備しておいてください。もう一度チャンスがやってきた時のために。
when the opportunity arises again, Branya hopes that May will also prepare herself.
キアナちゃんが作った
You mean that I should use the Hersher
試みについて
Thunder's authority to attack the other
記憶が
party
消え
through the
る前に
weakness that Kiana
雷
made?
の律者の
Just before the
力で
memory
相手を攻
disappears.
撃すればいい。
もちろんです。
Of course.
とにかく。
Regardless, we
なん
should
とかして
forcefully
相手
elicit
に
a
反応して
reaction
も
from
らわ
that
ないと、
entity.
これ以上
Either
の
way,
ほ
we
ころ
can
びを
find more
見つけられます。
weaknesses.
じゃあ、
Then we must look for more memories. Yes, let's do this practically, one step at a time. I didn't see Joyce this time. But we need to be prepared regardless, since we discovered the entity hidden behind memories. It might notice us and take countermeasures. Short, stay vigilant and prepare for battle, right? That's right. Whew. No.
一応お前にも伝えておく。
Just want to let you know Vlad died. He didn't finish his job.
あ
Nope. An idiot blew his mortar up and got our client
あ、吐く
killed.
やつはあっさり
Good for him to die then and there, unlike our client, who was too hurt to speak and could only write on the ground with someone's blood. Turns out our client wasn't writing fancy last words, but the word hurt over and over until biting the dust off an hour later. Damn.
ブローニャ
Bronya, if I ever get so lucky, find someone to bust a cap in my head so your Uncle Maxim doesn't die like a joke. Bronya aims better than others. It's not the same, but I appreciate the thought.
さあブローニャ
Come, Bronya, this is a real deal. We didn't get paid, but we got our hands on this baby, which is better. This is computer, but you've never seen one. In the end, before Bronya could learn anything, it was burnt to ashes with Dad's Matryoshka dolls in that fire. That's life in Siberia. Things take a turn for the better just to be plunged into despair again. Even so, we can't bring ourselves to hate her. After all, she was and still is our motherland. Strange. Why is Bronya regained thought so naturally in a memory? Who's there? Oh my god. The story is an interesting one, Bronya's a chick. After all, humanity's greatest strength is in narratives. This voice, Prometheus? You can refer to me by that name, although it might be unbelievable. If you wish to know Hare's weakness, it would benefit you to listen to me till the end, about the previous topic. Then let Bronya ask another question. Your bubble universe, it has irrevocably disappeared. Dr. May as well. I have been protected by destiny and am temporarily alive in the form of Data. Then, this topic ends here. Sadness in the past cannot help anyone move towards their future, especially according to something I recently understood. If any of you still wish to resist and overthrow Project Stigma, then the Harsher of Reason's power is one of the cornerstones for it. The Harsher of Reason is a cornerstone. That's right, but it's a long story. Anyway, there's no point talking about this in a memory you could never describe positively. Allow me to pull more strings in the space that you are all in. Bzzzt. It's mood. Ellipses. Where did you move Kiana and May with these strings you pull? I've created different escape routes for each of you based on your respective Harsher core. Trust me, this is a more efficient method. Pranya's face is just like, yeah, sure. Don't understand. I'm not saying that anyone is holding the others back. However, Hera has already set her eyes on the Harsher of Reason's authority, so we need to form more specific countermeasures. Hera, why do you understand her situation so well? This is indeed incredible. In conclusion, she actively used some functions of the stigma to transfer my calculation system out of the bubble universe to sustain it. As this isn't just a simple copying of data, I can believe that the present me and the me at Dr. May's side are the same person. There is no original or copies. So, we can say that Hera is your savior? As I have no intention to repay her, that description isn't accurate. From her perspective, I'm simply one of the new humans, just like all of you, who have the freedom to act as we wish. Anya doesn't think so. What freedom will a scientist bestow on a white mouse in a labyrinth? All right, I understand how you feel. Indeed, efficiency cannot resolve all problems. I admit I'm a bit hasty, so let me come to you, Herrscher of Reason. Bzzt. The world seemed lopsided for a moment. When Branya came back to her sense, her companions had returned to where they were before. Hey, Branya!
よかった
Luckily
みん
everyone's
な無事だ
okay.
しそれで
So, what are
ど
you
うして
doing
あな
here,
たがここで
Prometheus? The answer will be easy to see as soon as you know what this place is. After saying that, she turned to Kiona and May and explained what had just happened.
すぐにわかる
Easy to
あ
see.
なたの話を
Anya
聞い
had
て
some guesses after
ブ
what
ロ
you
ーニャ
just
もあ
said.
るここは月ですし
This is the moon, but it's
ギク
also
シャ
the
コアの
interior
内
of
部
the
でもあ
Herrscher
りま
core.
す正解ですか
Is Branya right?
あなたは考
You
え
have
とき
quite
の
the
鋭い
intuition.
博士と私
Like
が
the
いた
bubble
世界が
universe the
ある
Doctor
よう
and
に
I were in, this is a place where time is
僕の
temporarily
成功計画に
recovered,
よって再び
but its
解明
cause is
さ
the
れたわけです
unstable Herrscher core.
でも
But from Branya and Mr. Yang's experience, the Herrscher of Reason's core is still far more stable than other Herrscher cores.
もしその理
And
由
if
が
one
嘘
reason
に
for
なる
that
な
is
ら
metamorphosis, then the
式の
Herrscher
力
of
者は
Sentience becomes
も
an
う一つの
exception.
例
いいえ
No, the real reason is likely the thoughts of 300,000 people.
30万人の思想
Isn't that the Herrscher of Reason's
断りの律者がい
foundation? True, but as Hare sees it, this is at the root of the core's instability under Project Stigma's influence.
やっぱり
I thought so.
そう
言いましたよね
As I said,
人類の最も
humanity's
偉大な
greatest
力
strength
は
is in narratives.
断りの律者でも
Whether it's the Herrscher of Reason or Project Stigma, they're all stories in essence.
物語が
A
強
strong
け
story
れば
can
強い
reshape
ほ
the
ど
world, a weak
それ
story
は
can
世
be
界を
reduced
再
to a
構
scrap
築
of
する
paper.
力を
そう言われても
Even if that's true, how can you call
ど
the
うして
Herrscher of Reason
断
and
りの
Project
律者と
Stigma
成功
stories?
おかしく感じるのも
I
無理
see
は
how
ない
you'd
で
be
しょう
confused, because I thought that it was too troublesome, so I laid the conclusion out first. It's fine, I'll help you sort through it step by step.
皆さんも知っている
The
ように
Herrscher of Reason's power is to construct, to create from thin air, what would otherwise require complex processes to make.
なので
The Herrscher of Reason is limited only by what civilization deems possible, which is to say, the limitations of narrative.
物語の
The limitations of narrative?
まとまりのない体現相互ではなく
I don't mean repetitive rhetoric continues ad
人々が心
nauseum.
から信じら
I
れる
mean
物語
believable
である
narratives of
必要が
substance.
道徳は著者
Morality, money, language, customs, aesthetic, all narratives, all stories, starting with the earliest people, living narratives.
その全ての
And this resulted in what we call
メイ
civilization.
博士自身の
As
言
Dr.
葉を
May had
借りる
said,
と
civilization comes from fiction but transcends reality.
断りの律者の構築と描写
Maybe
は
it makes to say that the Herrscher of Reason's construction or
文明
depiction is the stuff of
も
fiction.
そうなん
But
ですか
civilization?
もちろんです
Yes, everything beautiful in your life comes from human invention and perception. It's impossible to talk about such things apart from human will.
でも
But what about returning to a natural state?
森林公園の
A resort hotel located in a park is different from a cave dwelling. One is a story 1,000 times more complex than the other. Civilization has always made exist that which was only imaginary. Humans have created everything they have. It's allowed them to make this. That too is a narrative.
それって
You mean the
文明
heritage
の
of
伝承の
civilization?
こと
その通りです
Right, from heroic legends to words on a chalkboard to data and electronic memory, all narrative creating its own story.
人々は物語の中で戯れ学習し物語を通して
People enjoy stories, learn from stories, and use stories to unite those that are different.
さらに言うと人類は
Humans are animals of narratives, and narratives are how humanity can reshape the world.
かつての学者はこういう物語
Past scholars have referred to narrative as reason, as the one that creates. This is why you're called the Herrscher of Reason.
そしてたまたま
As it happens, as the third Herrscher of Reason, Bronya's path is also filled with inherited
物語
narrative.
のでもあな
But
た
if
の
this
言
is
う
what these
物語
narratives
は
emphasize,
そうい
then
った
what about
側面を
Project
強調
Stigma?
してる
成婚計画は
Project Stigma is the narrative about narratives, created by a story to govern all stories.
もう一人の博
The
士
other
が
doctor likes to put it, it is the absolute idea of self-existence, conceptual infinity. I see it as a reaction to civilization's upward spiral, resulting from narratives existing on their own, apart from themselves.
つまり物語が人か
You
ら
mean
離
the
れ
story separates
自
from
分の
the
物語を
storyteller
語り始めたということですか
and begins to tell its own story?
はい
はい
その通りです
それって
その通りです
Honkai
Yes, this has happened since humanity's beginning, but most don't know this. As I said, Dr. May and I both think whether it's a heroic epic or a computer program, they are all these types of narratives, all a story. And computers, programs, and data are the same. It seems the human mind itself, the giant woven web of neurons, is also a narrative constituting a story unique to each person, their self, their true self. In this sense, civilization is originally stories told by stories, a huge web formed by ideas, the individual units we call people. According to you, the story units serve as the building blocks of civilization, are people who are independent, free, and able to give meaning to themselves. Project Stigma is a deconstructed, reorganized unit, and can exist in any form as long as it still supports civilization. That's it. For humanity and civilization, this is how they graduate from childhood. Graduate from childhood? This has happened many times in history, hasn't it? Whether it's your history or our history, the meaning that has been woven by humanity acts on humanity itself all the time. There are always those that live and die for faith and for money. These things decide who lives and dies. Humanity made them. She's not Bronyan L. Society has gone from idolatry to contracts, and industry from self-sufficiency to supply and demand, all detached from the individual. The main point of one's brand isn't the individual, but the word brand. Her name is literally on the screen as Prometheus L. Dr. May's thoughts are more important than her existence. Who the Herrscher of Reason is not as important as her fighting for humanity. And for the third Herrscher of Reason, you are even supposed to be here. It becomes even more obvious. If it wasn't Joyce or Yang, they'd be just as bothered and wanting to fight back as you are, right, Bronya? Don't get me wrong, I have no bias here. As I see it, natural humanity and fictional stories are two sides of the world's destiny. Humans control stories, stories control humans. This is a delicate balance that allows civilization to flourish. But with Honkai, fiction wages war against reality. The balance is broken, and humanity and stories must find their place once more. Harsher and Project Stigma are at two ends. One, an independent narrative free from civilization. One, a universal story that needn't be narrated. Of course, the conflict isn't irreconcilable. You're talking about the Harsher of human. Yes, such Hershers belong to civilization, to those that need to create fiction. If they can overcome finality, then this is the best answer the paradoxical Honkai has to offer. And Project Stigma? Dr. May said Project Stigma is the standard answer. Standard? In the sense of finality? More than that, standard meaning worst. Is that not the human way of thinking? Stories offer wonderful pictures of human civilization, but this isn't usually true for individual experiences. Early farmers were worse off than hunters, early workers worse than farmers, though there would be no standard for civilization without them. But there's no narrative where they are rewarded for their efforts. Some narratives even tell them they deserve to suffer. This is humanity's standard narrative, people's lives driven by imagined purposes in exchange for progress, consciously or unconsciously. And lets fiction grow wild. History has shown letting go can help liberate people from the shackles of the previous narrative. But the price for liberation is very high, setting mountains ablaze, countless deaths in war, Project Stigma, which deconstructs humanity. If you view humanity as a whole, they choose the worst answer generation after generation, denying reality with fiction. But the Harsher of Reason's spirit is inherently reality. The Harsher of Reason's power is the key to fighting Project Stigma. If we stop at fiction, we already have our conclusion, but we're talking about reality, a more careful look is needed. But we've been standing here for a while. For the sake of operational efficiency, how about we have a walk? Bronya doesn't care, but maybe Kiana is tired of standing. I'm not that important.
Prometheus,
Prometheus, when you say take a
あなたの
walk,
言う歩
does
きな
that
がら
include the
話す
memories from
って
before?
もちろんです。
Of course.
何しろ
Your
先
previous
ほどの
strategy
講
was
談の
correct,
作戦
just
は
inefficient,
この
and I
色
know
調は
just how to
新しいの
optimize
ですが
it.
ウサギから聞きましたが、ブローニャ、断りの律者であるあなたは分散式コアを持っていますよね。しかもそれを30万に分割できると。その話は本当ですか？
はい。ベルトさん曰く、彼らはベルリンで起きた崩壊の犠牲者たち。滅ぼされた都市が世界に残した最後の残響です。
通りで目の前の空間がこのようになっているんですね。
Oh. Hello, Bean. That's a big chunk of space rock.
成婚計画に
For
とって
Project Stigma, the most easily deconstructed Hersher of this era is the Hersher of Reason,
かつ最大
who
の
poses
脅威
a
とも言える
serious
律者
threat,
は断りの律しかしウサ
and
ギ
Hair
は
needn't be involved.
自
You
ら
just
手を
need to
下
lay
す
bare
必要
your
はありません。
shortcomings to Project Stigma.
では、最
And
後
the
の
final
罠に
step in
な
all
ったのは
this is our fight with
ケビン
Kevin.
との戦い。
ええ
The battle
その
depleted the
戦い
Hersher
に
of Reason's already
もとも
unstable
と不安
power,
定だった
causing it to
断
be
り
torn
の律
apart
者
by
の力
Project
が
Stigma
さら
in a
に
higher
消耗した
dimension.
その後残った不
Remaining
動点
fixed
は
points are
試練
channeled
に
into
よっ
this
て
tiny
滅ぼ
bubbly
された
universe
もう一つ
that
の
was born
小
as a
さな
result
世
of
界の泡
finality
に
and in
導入
turn
された
traps you
結果、
inside.
あなたたちは逆にここに
Probably
囚われ
not, but
る
I'm
羽
sure
目
you
にな
can
りま
make
した。
jewelry that looks like it's made out of that.
知っての通り
Hera's vision
ウ
of
サギの
Project
成婚
Stigma
計
is to
画
use
は
Dreamland to
夢と
connect
一般人の
consciousness
意識をつなげ
is
それを連
as a
鎖に
vessel
し
for a
て
purely
ある種の
fictional
虚構づくめの
civilization.
文明のそれは
Compared to the birth
断
of the
りの
Hersher
律
of
者の
Reason,
誕
does
生
it
と
seem familiar?
それはつ
I
まり
mean,
ベルト・ジョイス。
well, Joyce,
彼は
he...
成婚計画
If one
が
were to say Project
神のア
Stigma
ダ
could
ムを生
create
み出
God's
すなが
Adam,
ら
then your first Hersher of
初代の
Reason
断りの
is
律者であ
undoubtedly
る彼は
humanity's Adam.
それについてよく知らないあなたが
Strange to hear
彼
you
の
talk
ことを
about
そんな
someone you
風
don't
に
know
評価
like
する
that.
一つだけ。
One thing is
確かベ
correct.
ルリンの崩
For
壊
the
事件が
Honkai
発生
outbreak
す
in
るまで
Berlin, the consciousness
ベル
known
ト・
as
ジョ
Wild
イスと呼
Joyce
ばれる意識
did
は
not exist on
地
this
球
earth.
上にほぼ無から誕生したとも言える
Don't,
律者
don't
は
like strange
偶然
space rocks.
とある犠牲者の
The
精
Hersher
神の
born
影
from
響を
nothing
受け
began collecting the
本
thoughts
能
of
的
other
に他の犠
sacrificial
牲者の思
victims
想を
because
集
he
め
was
るようになりま
influenced
し
by
た。
victims'
そし
thoughts.
て思
As the
想が
thoughts
豊か
grew,
になり
the Hersher core
次
grows
第
more
に
complete.
彼が何をしたの
No
か
one for
は
sure,
誰も知り
no
ませ
one
ん。
knew for sure what he
し
had
か
done.
しその
But they
数
knew the
々の
countless
思想
thoughts, the cries of a
都市の
destroyed
残響
city
は
was a call for a
救世
savior.
主への呼びかけで
Their
あり
last stand against
崩壊に
Honkai.
そして
And
廃
the
墟
man
から
known as
立
Wild
ち上がっ
Joyce
たのは
rose from the
足
ruins.
元にあるのは
He knew
会心
beneath
の
his
み
feet
だ
were
と。
only
それ
ashes.
でも
But he
彼
was
が生まれ
reluctant,
た救世主にな
wanted
ろ
to
う
be
と
the savior they cried
彼
for.
は必死
He
に
would
心
effortlessly,
のかけらを拾
desperately
ってい
piece
きました。
together the fragmented
彼
thoughts.
らの名も
He
過
wouldn't
去
call
も
their
知らず
names.
にいる。
He didn't know what they were
多
going
分
through.
全ては意
He
味
knew
の
it
な
was
いことだ
mostly
と知って
pointless.
それでも
But he
彼
tried
は
to preserve their dignity,
彼らの
and that
最後の
dignity
誇りを
seemed to
必
bring
死に
about a
守り
miracle.
蝶が指先に止まり
A butterfly fell on the tip of his finger,
彼がその羽を
and he
直す
fixed its broken wings.
世界の子供は
The
こう
child
して
of the world fell into a
深い
deep
眠りに
sleep.
その頃は
And at that time,
律
he
者の
hadn't even
力さえ
awakened his
目覚
Hersher
めていな
powers.
かった。
はい
Right.
私たちの時代にと
For
って
our era, that's the real
紛れもない
miracle.
本
でしたら
Is there anything wrong with the analogy, Adam of
彼へ
humanity?
の敬意から見
Paying
れ
him
ば
tribute?
そう
No.
でしょう。
But
救世主もアダムも
whether you call him
彼
Adam
に
or
とっては
Savior, both
競
are
技
too
の
narrow
よう
a
です。
term.
短い人生の中で
In his short life, he met all
彼
sorts
は
of
さまざまな
companions.
才能を持
They
った人
convinced him
々
his
と出会
power
いました。
instead came from the
その
ordinary.
自身はごく普
He
通の
saw
世界の
himself as
子
an
供だ
ordinary
と信
child
じ
of the world.
そんな気
It
持
was
ち
for
を
that
抱え
that
な
he
がら
sacrificed
自
himself
分
to
を犠
protect
牲に
others
し
from a tyrant.
自分の意識が消
He
え去っ
believed
て
that
も
even if his consciousness
断
was
りの
gone,
律
the
者の
power of the
力
Hersher
は
of Reason
同じように
could
普通
pass
の
on
人
from
々
one
に受け継が
ordinary
れていく
person
と
to
信じ
another.
た救世主など必要ない。
We don't
俺
need
た
a
ち自
savior,
身
we
で
can save
自分
ourselves.
たちを救う。
Perhaps he was born a savior, but
救
his
世主
beliefs
とし
went
て生まれ
beyond
たの
that.
律者は崩壊
The
の使徒
Hersher
ですが
is an apostle of
人類の
Honkai,
戦士になるこ
but
と
can
も
be
で
a
きます。
warrior for humanity.
あくまで
No
なければ
demons or
天使
angels,
でも
just
ない。
ordinary people. Thank you. That gives me a full understanding of what her share of reason really means in this era. But what if these 300,000 thoughts stood in your way of rescuing the world? What would you do, third Hersher of reason?
世界を救
And in the
う
way of
それだけ
rescuing
で
the world? Painful, I know, but the Hersher of reason's power is unstable and vulnerable to project stigma. That is the truth before us. To one person, 300,000 thoughts seems like a lot, but to Project Stigma's 7 billion, it's just a number. I don't mean to trivialize history, but this is the difficulty the Hersher of Reason will face with Project Stigma. My attempt to separate and bring you all together shows the Hersher of Reason's power is broken, nothing to Project Stigma. Prometheus, you're not just here to give us information, right? Right, didn't you say you have a plan? As an AI that can be mounted on a Hersher core to form a divine key, I can help Bronya change the Hersher core's composition. Think of it as simulated metamorphosis. It's not an actual technical term, just a name I gave it now. Simulated metamorphosis. This technology isn't comparable to the real metamorphosis. Please understand that it only demonstrates what algorithm is used by Project Stigma to influence 300,000 minds. If it can point us towards a counterattack, perhaps we can disregard its power. However, although we've had in-depth exchanges, Bronya still doesn't understand. Prometheus, based on what stance are you helping us? We parted last time. You didn't tell us your understanding of Project Stigma. Remember my self-introduction when we first met? I'm a pessimist. It'd be pointless to hammer ideas you can't yet understand into it. It'd only make it harder for you to coordinate. And as I said, even if I don't appear here, you can close in on the truth by yourselves. You're avoiding Bronya's question. How about I've inherited Dr. May's stance according to my understanding? Bronya, to the Hersher of Reason's core, Project Stigma is a hat from the outside. Hijacks the 300,000 minds, causing them to lose their original stories and become slaves to Project Stigma. And since Project Stigma is a dream, the best remedy is to wake them up. Of course, I'm not saying you should purposely go through the fragments of consciousness, trumpet blaring. You should copy Project Stigma's code and make a reverse signal, putting on pressure locally. Once we break through, you can rip apart this web of fiction all at once. I see. Fighting fire with fire. Yes, there is a risk, however. There's no guarantee the 300,000 minds won't be harmed in the process. In bringing them together, you may lose them forever. It's okay. Bronya had already made up her mind. The Hersher of Reason's core has been passed on to the present day to help humanity not be preserved in self-consciousness. In the story's beginning, Walt Joyce sacrificed himself. Now that it's Bronya's turn, I'm not going to throw in the towel. Good. That leaves the matter of imitating the signal. Get ready, Bronya's A-chick. I will now show you all the code that I know. Code. Project Stigma's source is genetic. Not to mention, the code is the strongest narrative tool that humanity can master. Cool. Science or something. Pseudoscience. I don't know, man. They sure are talking a lot of big words, and I'm just like, neat. Whew. Why you make me play the Bronya? She's so slow. Aw, man. Oh, there's...
これは虚構が成立する礎であり、あらゆる抽象概念の根源です。その存在の上にある、まあ、専門用語は置いといて、とにかくそれは存在にとって重要な2つの性質、実質と変化を表しています。成婚計画のコアユニットは理念です。理念は人々を導き、 真理の輪郭を映し出します。理念とは永遠の矛盾に陥るもの。しかしあえてそんな形で自分の存在を示すことで実在と虚構の境界を消し去ることができるのです。成婚計画の中では生命が最もストレートな理念であり絶対性が最高級の理念です。この計画は生命の絶対性を虚構にしつらえるもの。
Life. I just realized the enemy's that enemy's name is Life.
真理へと変貌させるのです。超越の代価、その一般的な形式が死です。
Cool.
個体である生命は死に抗いづらい。それ自身も矛盾の一つです。生命は虚構から自己の普遍性を見出しますが自身は個体という存在に過ぎません。だからこそ成婚計画にとって個体の死は精神的な意味での前進になるのです。何しろ計画からすれば運命とはあまたの世代の人々がそのムクロと遺言で築いたものです。
Prometheus talking a lot. And I'm just kind of like, you know what, girl? You're just talking here. It's fine. You don't need to read.
これはこれで
This is... Bronya, are you okay?
大丈夫です。
Don't worry. Bronya took the opportunity to speak to something mechanical other than Project Bunny. This is the appropriate channel for you, between what's efficient and what you can tolerate.
そうじゃないと機械の情報が私たちの脳を
Otherwise, the system will flood our minds with information, right? Even if you add up all human intellects from ancient times to the now, they could not withstand the vast amount of data that machines use. That would be the easiest and most practical way a machine could deal with humans.
でも
But they can't handle the Hersher of Thunder. Indeed, but that's irrelevant. Let's focus on the Hersher of Reason. Bronya, I have just helped you learn about Project Sigma's underlying code. Even though you have very little power left, you can become a true Hersher of Reason by slowly reclaiming the 300,000 minds. But you still need heuristic algorithms to help find the critical path rather than aimlessly traversing all the nodes. And if you follow your strategy, the Hersher of Reason can become the key to you surpassing Project Stigma.
確実に発見方法。つまり
It means the 300,000 minds aren't all equal, and Bronya can succeed by controlling the key nodes. You learn quickly, so let's put this to the test and see how you do.
前の人間のやり方を模倣し成婚計画の力を借りて前方に新たな記憶を浮上させます。すべてがうまくいけばあなたの力はケビンと戦う前のレベルまで戻るでしょう。前の人間、さっきも彼と会っています。名前は言わなくてもわかりますよね。ベルト・ジョイスさん。到着しました。
We're here.
これは
It seems to be mixed with things other than memories.
何か素晴らしいですね。
Good. It appears that you've learned how to differentiate between categories. Project Stigma has planted it into 300,000 minds as a wedge, and made it possible for a foreign body to infiltrate a Hersher of Reason.
先に進んでください。
Go. You will soon know why. Touch it. She was born among the clouds, a mist among the setting sun. She had yet to awaken to her own consciousness, and had yet to know the desolation of this plane. She doesn't understand that the bloodied, painful, sorrowful picture has left its stain of tears on this pale earth more than once. She doesn't know she'll become a bad omen in this scroll, a horrible symbol in the heart of others, until 10 years later. Now, it's time to tell you where the ghost town of Alexivna is.
ゴーストタウンですか。
Ghost town, where Bronya was born? Correct. Siberia has many ghost towns, but only one where your mother, Alexandra, used to live. 10 years old now. You're old enough to recognize danger. Keep yourself safe and understand what it means to be a sole survivor. I think you have a right to know where your hometown is.
ブラッドがいつも自分
Like how Vlad always said he was a Muscovite. He's always got going for him. I would never say him from Nizhny Tagil. The Ural Mountains have a special place in his heart.
ウラル山脈ですか。
The Ural
異
Mountains.
物は
It's where
こ
the
こに埋め
variance
込まれたんで
is.
す。
Seeing this memory using Prometheus's method, the third Hersher of Reason noticed something was off. Then the name, the Silver Wolf of the Urals, inherited from Maxim, symbolized the girl's past. But the girl has yet to understand that on this planet, another one's fate was once intertwined with hers. She repaired the memory with information implanted in it and regained a bit of her
おめ
power.
でとうございます。
Congratulations, Branya. You found her earliest secret.
彼女ですか。
Huh?
ええ。
You know who I mean. The real issue is, with help from Project Sigma,
なので
she has mixed her memories in with your now unstable core.
つまり
She
以前あ
suggested
なたが
she
ほのめ
fears the
かした
Hersher
よ
of
うに
Reason's power
成婚計
because
画
of
と
the
断り
similarities
の力
between
士
it
の
and
類似
Project
性は
Sigma.
気に入え
No,
彼
that's
女の
not her
時を
intention.
しかし
But it's her
動
action
機な
that's
ど行
important.
動
The
に比べれば
information
そ
she
んなに
implanted
重
has
要
the
ではあ
power
り
to
ません。
erode the
た
core.
だ
But
それ
no
は
need to
焦らなく
panic.
ても
By
大
doing
丈
the
夫です。
opposite, you have a chance to
相手
take
の
back
出
the
方を
initiative
逆
and
に取り
separate from her.
キアナとメイ姉さん
And
は
Kiana and
以
May?
前と同じ
I'll
よう
send
に
them to a location
一
in the
番脱
space
出
that's
しやす
easiest
い
for
位
them
置
to
に送
break
り
out
ま
of.
す。
Once you get your
あ
power
なたが
back,
何
they'll
らか
return
の
to
形とな
reality.
ると
So
ブロー
Bronya
ニャ
needs to
は
unmask the
このイン
implant
プ
so it
ラン
has
トの
nowhere
犠
to
牲を
hide in the
暴い
Hersher
て
of Reason's core.
はい
Yep, you summarized that
断
well.
りの律者
The Hersher of Reason, its
その
power
力
is
が
dissipated by
過度の
excessive
虚
fiction
構
and
によって
restored by a
崩壊
return
す
to
るのです
reality. Ugh. Do 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 do. Bright.
記憶の中にブロー
Does
ニャの
Bronya
実
have a
体が存
presence in
在
the
していますね
memories?
それは
This
断
is the
りの
space
律
you
者が
located
タ
in
ー
the
ゲットして
Hersher
た
of
空
Reason's
間
core. It's the
あ
original
なたが見つけ
appearance
た
of the
もう
implant.
少し奥のエリア
One
にたどり着けるの
only
は
she
成
that's
婚
close
計
to
画と
Project
密
Sigma will
接
be
な
able to
関係
reach
がある
deeper.
彼女
And
と
you, the
し
Hersher
か
of
し
Reason.
律
But
者
the
コア
Hersher
は
core
虚
is a
数
fixed
空
point
間
in
の不動
imaginary
点です
space. If you keep
難
going,
易
you'll
度を
open a
考慮
path
しな
for
け
your
れば
friends to return to
進
reality.
むこの先で
What will
ブロ
Bronya
ーニャ
see?
歪んだ一つ
A
の
twisted
心
heart.
を考えてくだ
You
さい
might think of her as the exact
彼女
opposite
は
of Welt
彼
Joyce.
女は成婚計画を実
She
行
is
する
afraid
上
of the
で
Hersher of Reason
断り
because
の
of
律者を
Project
示唆し
Stigma.
て
She
彼
is
女
also
自身
jealous
を
of the Hersher of Reason.
誤解しないでくださ
You
い
need to understand,
彼
she
女は
isn't purposefully
わざと
working
あなたた
against
ち
you.
何はどうあれ
Regardless, you
あ
are
な
both
たたち
daughters
は
of
エ
Siberia.
リアの娘
Thank you for the sub, Ruben. Thank you.
どちらもウラル山脈
Children
の
of
子
the
供
Ural
なのです
Mountains.
プロメテウス回線が途切れたようですね
Bye, Prometheus.
これは
This is...
いや
No,
私の
this isn't because of
違
me.
うの
I'm not... Damn. As for the stigma crystal, she didn't seem to get where the pain in her heart was coming from. But this has already been explained long ago. Everyone that can be called human has a giant snake coiled around their heart like a tyrannical ruler. Whenever someone says I want, the snake says no. Your tank is very powerful, General. It can level forests and people, but it still needs a driver. Your plane is very powerful, General. It can fly like the wind and carry as much as an elephant, but it still needs a repairman. Your men are very useful, General. They can fly and they can kill, but they can also think. But now such pros and cons no longer exist. Death removes all definitions and ideas.
これは
What is this? There's much she must feel, form, structure, and the cold wind like a knife. This is her birth. That moment, she still couldn't associate that disaster that devoured all with her own existence.
私は
Have I become human? This is an experience like nothing else. Just as a newborn, she had not chosen to come into this world on her own and did not know where to go. But unlike a baby, just moments after birth, she already knows speech, knows right from wrong, and even understands her own birth. This is interesting. She composed herself and, like anyone else, became interested in the things around her. Weather, machinery, the sky. She understands these concepts, but she had never been exposed to any real substance. Her perception was strange in this way. She knows about snowflakes in terms of temperature, feel, appearance, and even the way they crystallize. A tier 3? Aqua, you're crazy. Thanks, but you're crazy for the fucking tier 3 sub. And even the way they crystallize. But until now, she'd never touched a snowflake. You are crazy. What is going on here?
何が起こったの?
You can be both.
機械から
Having transformed from a machine into a destroyed
変わ
machine?
ったのね。
It's like a waste
な
of
んだ
words
か
to
無
me.
駄話に
However,
しか聞こえん。
this is how she perceives external matters almost intrinsically. Matters can easily distinguish other matters, and it is the same with ideas.
ええ
Never mind.
大丈夫。
Let me see your history.
あなたは消えて
You
ない
haven't disappeared.
消失が
When
概念で
disappearance
あ
is
る
an idea, it still exists, doesn't
そ
it?
れ
In one breath, all information concerning the machine flowed into the woman's body. Through this technique known as transcription, she easily learned the story of its life.
4年前に
Most simps are crazy, Aqua.
メインとな
Almost
る
4
技
years
術の
ago,
情
to
報
prevalent,
漏洩を
to
防
prevent
ぐ
technical leak, its components were processed by 3
3
associated
つの企業が
companies
それぞれ部品
separately.
数年間天
For
命
many
で
years, it has
働
only
き
served Shixel and has undergone 3
Maintenance.
overhauls.
第六の
In
神
a
の
mission to
鍵を
recover the
捜索
sixth
する
divine
任
key,
務
it was destroyed by excessive Honkai
発
energy
生
of
源
unknown
不明
origin.
の大量の崩壊エネルギ
Excessive
ー
Honkai energy?
確かにこの
Yeah, it
辺りで
looks like
何
some
かし
sort
ら
of
の災害が
disaster.
起こったみたいだわもしかして
Maybe
そ
this
れ
is
が
why I was
私
able
が
to
限
cross the
界突破
boundary.
できた理由
Running!
第六の
The
神
sixth
の
divine
鍵
key. Is this what they were after? Just as she went to pull information from the object, she hesitated. Somehow, the bloodied weapon before her emitted an aura, similar to her own. No, not similar. Opposite. No, that wasn't quite it. She felt confused.
私と関わり
What's
があるのは
relevant? Not the weapon, but the blood that stains it? She permeated the dried blood at the level of concept.
君も知っているように
The Sharic blood that flows through is able to cause Honkai energy and range to disappear
範囲
immediately.
内の崩壊と戦う
Your
上
blood
で
is the most efficient
君
tool
の
in
血
fighting
液は確か
Honkai. While saying this, his eyes fell on a quietly running device. It ran silently and officially in the room, where she filtered her blood. The flowing crimson, like a stylus to a record for much of what was to come.
つまり
So, according to the overseer, when I encounter an enemy, I can't
Ah.
stop. So you'd imagine it's easier to cut an artery than it is to fight yourself to
力尽きるまで戦う
exhaustion.
よりだが
But I won't let you do that
神
until you've
の
made
足
some
の槍に
progress
何
in
らかの
Spear
進
of
捗がある
Destiny.
まで大量に血を失って
We
しまう
can't give
と
a transfusion after massive blood loss as we'd usually do. First step in Spear of Destiny was cloning this holy blood. But even if we were successful, I'm not sure how we'd mass produce it. And so, unless there was some great change, I forbid you to use your blood as a weapon.
しかし
But you being the way you are, just stating the odds isn't going to stop you from marching to your death. You're still too young to know anything unusual about the Sharic bloodline. You're constantly experiencing it yourself. Curse of Stigmata is my first time mentioning it to you, right?
成婚の
Curse of Stigmata?
その通り
Yes, unlike the Kazlanas that say the Sharic. They say the Sharic bloodline is a genetic mutation or strange information.
今君の体内に
The
あ
holy
る
blood
精
in you
血
now, as well as your genes, are the product of my categorization and
僕が
purification
情
of
報
this
を分類
information.
しそれはあくまで
Note that I said
大量じゃなくて
categorization, not optimization.
残念
It
な
could
がら
completely eliminate the information in your genes that can lead to side effects.
司教様でも
Not
できな
even
かっ
the
たんですか
overseer can do that?
唯一の方法は
This is a way, but if I do do that, you'll be weaker than your average person, let alone the strongest Valkyrie. Shariak's stigma is more paradoxical than you could imagine. In all these years, you've never wondered how people of the same line could possess wildly different powers. It means some can wield Honkai energy to be warriors, and others can weaken it to be doctors. Yes, the Shariak bloodline is contradictory. For most in that line, like myself, the result is little more than resistance to Honkai energy. You could call this the curse of stigmata. By purify either side, you'll either become an experiment, providing holy blood, or wield Honkai energy at the risk of your life. Oh, what does the overseer think? Looks like you already guessed, right? Express for neutralization of your blood and strengthen your musculature. Yay, hype train! Woo! Yay! I got this little otter with a bat. Or maybe a dog? I think it's a dog. Looks like you already guessed. Right. I expressed the gene for naturalization in your blood and strengthen your musculature. Getting here took hundreds of years. I won't go into detail, but you ought to be proud of yourself, Cecilia, even if you see yourself as a tool. You combine two forces into one. Holding the Abyss Flower, you wield the power of growth and withering. And if you break the balance, maybe the holy blood will still work, making where you sacrifice a haven from Honkai, paradise on earth. When I fear it might reverse and the sun become a Honkai poison when leaving your body untreated. There are always outliers as well, but for those, not even I would know what'll happen. But this has nothing to do with what I'm after. It's just information I knew from the start. Altering her perspective, she pivots time in her perception and then perceives the snowy field once more. She went back not long ago, right as the second eruption was near its end. Sorry, Siegfried. I lied. This time, I cannot go back with you. Sorry, Kiana. Take care of your father when you're older. He's the dad! He should be taking care of her! Holy blood unleashed. At the cost of more than half of her blood, the strongest Valkyrie went all out to deal the fatal blow to the absolute calamity. To the outsider reading the scene right now, she didn't focus on the heroic deed. In this extreme state, her stigma did go beyond the Harsher of the Void's authority, and briefly break the boundaries between reality and the imaginary space. And there are always outliers as well, but those not even I would know what'll happen. The instant the imaginary space was connected, the entity known as the stigma space by humanity first emerged in the human world. It first proved the descent of ideas as the byproduct of the stigma's curse on Shariak. That's me? Well, because of the second eruption. What I just saw was also. She had known no more, she might be able to jump to the conclusion rashly and stay firmly convinced. But just now, the information she obtained with ease gave her a sudden fatal blow. On the mission to recover the sixth divine key, it was destroyed by excessive Honkai energy of unknown origin. After all, anyone familiar with the history knew, not long ago, the woman named Cecilia spread the sanguine flowers of redemption throughout the snowfield at the cost of her life. They saved millions of lives and countless families. In her final hour, Cecilia Shariak did precisely control the spill of the stigma power. The reversal that the Overseer claimed didn't exist, otherwise the millions of lives would have met the same fate as this machine. But if this was true, there was only one explanation for the remains she saw along the way. No. This isn't because of me. And don't. One once said that there is joy in disasters. It can be tempting to destroy everything. For ordinary men, this desire might be deeply rooted in their hearts. But for an ultimately unique stigma like Shariak, for its crystals and ideas. She turned around to look at her birthplace and her trail with trembling desperation. figure out what exactly happened. She traveled a long way to understand her origin, but turned out she was unable to cure the disease from the get-go. She was the disease itself. Yay!
やっと始まりますね。
It's finally begun. In a bubbly universe that resembled a prison cell, she felt the past of hair flow through the core, the harsher of reason. Although she did not witness the process, this was a sign in itself. Well, there's the ad break. I don't know why it's not telling me about ads. It's being an asshole. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and get more water. BRB.
と
Bye,
なる
kitty.
モードをどう制御すればいいのかやっと理解できたんですね。
Are you leaving or are you just gonna sit there? Vanya has finally grasped how to control these keynotes. Yes, I have a kitty. Well, she's a family kitty, but she likes to sleep on my bed a lot. And she woke up and jumped off the bed, and now she's under my desk. Hi. I know. What you doing? What you doing? Are you gonna jump up on my footrest? You gonna steal my footrest space? That's what it looks like you're planning to do. Yep. That's what she's doing. She's not a very meowy kitty. Hello. She stole my footrest. Thief. Space thief. Panya has finally grasped how to control those keynotes. Without doubt, Bronya was doing the opposite of what she suggested. By using her connection with the Hersher core, she screened out and peeled off as much information planted in it by Hare as possible. Hare would naturally use Project Stigma to counteract it, but from Prometheus' perspective, Hare had no reason to be so hostile towards Bronya. Aww. Kitties are nice. What kind of being are you? Was an unanswered question she had asked Hare too many times.
なので
So it's not just targeted at Hersher of reason. Do you want to confess your past in such a seemingly unwitting way? Make me attest to this match by my own will. Though there was no actual chessboard, Hare and Bronya continued fighting back and forth. Mislin Shariak and Bronya Zaechek had both bet themselves on this strategic game. What? What are you doing? Wee, it's the ball. Advance in battle. Hi, kitty. So it's a stigma with a concrete form.
なるほど。不条理ではあり
Defies
ますが
common sense, but
メイ
matches
姉さん
intel
が得た
from
情
May.
報
This information, previously implanted by Hare, now took the form of the seed of ideas right before her eyes. The previous verification, Bronya had analyzed and secured it.
続いては白衣
Now
の
it's time
人
for the
物
strip. Oh. It's a Benares!
セールと一緒に戦ってはいはい
雷電の呼吸早く決戦の時が来たやっはっやっ喧嘩準備やっとはっシャッ
Well, it has turned into Bronya.
進捗が少し遅れていますね。ウサギが植え込んだ他の情報も探してみましょう。多分あと5つぐらいはあります。
Enabled by special traits from her share of reason and identity, Bronya once again accessed the fragments in front of her.
その通りさ。
I've heard people talk about the cruelty of hell, a place of despair and suffering, with burning thorns everywhere and rivers of flowing sulfur. Every sinner is cast into the eternal fire and will burn forever for his or her transgressions. The greater the sins, the stronger the flames. It's a pain that transcends death. There's no escape and no end. But not without hope, though. When fully prepared, he was still subject to heavy corruption from approaching the opponent. After a long time, he finally became able to open his mechanical eyes. Contrary to his statement, the snow falling down around him resembled ashes from heaven. During intervals of his speech, her eyes occasionally moved from the person in front of him to a window reflecting blinding sunshine in the distance. Amidst the dazzling light lurked a stalker. Grey Serpent had no doubt. The short distance made him curious, and he wasn't troubled. After all, compared with the idea before him, the Watcher was nothing. Keep going. That is, if you don't mind telling me, this means another death for you. It matters not. The meaning of something can only become obvious after it's gone. Anyway, the sinners in hell, someone would cry for them, the tears would drop into the flames. In sight, they relieve the suffering. With sufficient tears, the fire might even go out for a while. Which is to say, you also believe I'm beyond redemption. And you happen to be the kind that's unlikely to draw any sympathetic tears. You're also in a pain beyond death, but unlike the fire, you're unable to either put an end to it or diminish it. You won't talk to me like this otherwise. The woman finally left the burning fire after her trick was called out. She recovered instantly. I thought that you told this story for consolation. It's a visitor from the other side. Since you can easily touch everything's nature, it's impossible to keep something from you. In fact, no matter the means, intensifying your despair is in my interest. Only this way, another invitation from me at the cost of another of my lives can hold a better chance. Lending the umbrella to the side, the man reached out his hand. Join World Serpent. You'll get what you're after. Truth be told, it wasn't the first time for her to receive such an invitation, so you know the answer. As for Project Stigma, I'm not interested, even if it's the reality in the future. Do me a favor and leave this place. Until now, I'm still not used to seeing any life with her because of me. That's unnecessary. After being this close to you for so long, this shell is beyond repair. Just like every time before. Correct. This is what I offer you for joining World Serpent. What you've desired the most. Death. I'm not really following you. Not the only one with a special body. Since I can always find you, it's not a problem for me to know everything about you. Such as, you tried to end yourself dozens of times with a never-ending agony. I had the privilege to watch over half of your suicidal performances up close. You're disgusting. Means to my end has never included making others think I'm cute. And you, as a thorough hollow, you exhibited extraordinary imagination when it comes to killing yourself. You don't need air, but you plunge yourself into deep water. You don't have a concrete form, but you stabbed yourself with a knife. The reason I came here today is to end your fruitless endeavors and offer you real hope. For example. Sorry, I'm afraid you came late. Huh? You know I can awaken stigmata inside human bodies at will. I also know you had given it up when we met for the first time. This is exactly the reason why I can say no to you. I finally met someone who would. Okay. Not surprising. Best suited of 1 in a million. Once they disappear, it can be difficult to find another. Without any sign, Great Serpent raised his pistol to the window he'd previously looked at. Wasn't until now that he realized the Watcher in the darkness was the biggest obstacle to his mission. Yes. You? Girl's consciousness was flung out with the memory fragment. Before pulling the trigger, Grey Serpent's body was already fully corrupted. This naturally put an end to the memory fragment that belonged to him, but aside from more puzzles, the girl got nothing. Just like Bronya, it didn't feel like she showed up in Siberia. It's more like she was born there. No wonder it's a snowfield here. Her temperament was completely different then. From her own experience, she made a vague guess, but didn't dwell on it. After all, she didn't relive the past memories simply to know the opponent. Well, time for the next step. Oh cool, it's one of these things. Boop. That one is also Bronya. Something still doesn't feel right. Project Bunny, how many seeds of ideas are left? The canonical assistant reported 16. Is that the right count? She got the same number again, and this meant, just when Bronya was trying to move forward, the surroundings were planted with more information. The situation reminded her of a chess game, only the opponent took more than 10 moves in the time Bronya took 1. That's why, the game is rigged. Rigged! The other side of the Shire Koli blood, the idea that enhances the influence of Honkai energy. She is the first idea the world ever knows. Then though Siberia became a forsaken land, Jigsaw and anti-entropy should have noticed. The second option covered for her? Count reported by Project Bunny exceeded 30 now. Her disadvantage was massive. But, to handle the harsher of reason, she had exposed her own past. Well, what Bronya needs to do now is... 33 popped up as Bronya confirmed her strategy. Bronya has to learn her history and find her weaknesses for better strategies. Seed of Idea, Legend of Grey Serpent, 7125. No, don't. No way. I should be dead. Oh my. Siberia, the Forsaken Land. She, the idea named Shariak, descended again. In the deep snow, she was crying, crawling, seeking any living thing around her, but, just like the first time she came to the world, everything around her became corrupted by Honkai and vanished after a brief and fruitless struggle. There has to be a way to end all this. There's no such thing that cannot be destroyed. I must try again. Of course, just as we've seen, the story ends when the one remembering dies. Yet, from Era's perspective, Bronya was always involved. All this does is make her living worse than dying. How did she appear before us today as though nothing had happened? The Honkai energy abnormality she causes even too much for a Honkai beast to handle? She's a normal human being. Obviously, like everyone reluctant to leave the motherland through the second eruption, this squad didn't tread onto this wretched land unprepared. Still, the increasing number of Honkai beasts far exceeded their estimation. In this soon-to-end battle, hardly anyone could survive. I love the effects going on while they're all invisible. With a worried look, the woman stepped forward and seemed ready to leap down and help. But she didn't. Looks to me you finally learned how to handle it better after your failed attempts, spoke a man standing in the storm alone with an umbrella and watching the woman, who left a trail of hell behind. Judging by his casual poise, he had been waiting for a long while. I understand how you feel. After all, you're the very reason these Honkai beasts came to be. I don't know who you are, or how much you know about me, but if you value your life, step away. Her eyes returned to the battle in the distance. Now she thought she'd learned not to attach herself to any strangers. Measured how far your influence can stretch, and I happen to be inside that distance. This death is an entirely acceptable price to pay to come before you. He shook the black umbrella he was holding. The mechanical side of his face faded in and out of view. All of his face is mechanical. The world thinks the outbreak of Honkai in Siberia is a residual of the second eruption. But that's not true, is it? Remotely controlled? You're not here? I'm everywhere. But according to the Maker, the body before you can indeed be called life, or even human. Fairness, I'd like you to also answer my question. You're so convinced I'm behind everything. Why ask questions you already know the answers to? I came here looking for a candidate for another mission. I didn't expect you'd be my biggest catch. It's a shame it wasn't until today that I was able to meet you. Your existence is unstable. It allowed you to go unnoticed by Shixel and anti-entropy, but it also made it harder for me to find you. Whenever I was on your trail, you'd involuntarily disappear from reality into the world of ideas. Stigma space. Don't be so surprised. I don't know much about it for someone that's seen the miracle of stigmata. Oh, you're still unable to stabilize yourself? I shouldn't even be here. I should have completely disappeared. Didn't you find me in the end anyway? Because you and I are so similar. When it comes to self-perception, I'm a byproduct that should have disappeared by now. Just like you. Except for my convictions and a great vision. I'm really just a businessman. Which is why I've come to see you. Business? Yes, I'd like to invite you to join World Serpent. In looking to use me as a weapon, you've got the wrong person. Beyond my own will, using me to try to hurt others will only end in you hurting yourselves. Oh, you misunderstand. You couldn't possibly be a more powerful weapon than Sire. As far as I'm concerned, it isn't what you are that matters, but what you can do. What I can do? You want me to activate the stigmata in humans? No, it's true that you can do this so easily that it borders on divinity. The World Serpent has this technology already. Besides, you too know the limitations of such a method. Barely anyone qualifies. So, what do you want from me? What's something you yourself think is worthless? At this point, the man fell silent and looked out at the distant battlefield. The shrill cry of Honkai beasts could be heard in the distance. The remains of mechs littered the pale earth, waiting to be covered in snow. Seems they didn't make it. At this moment, do you feel remorse for being unable to step in and save them? Or would it be better to see them die at your own hand to help ease the guilt? Step in and save them. In the beginning, I tried to lock myself away where humans couldn't tread. Oh, you didn't know that the augment you brought about would lead to a steady stream of Honkai beasts? Yes, until I learned of the chaos they brought. My senses were like ordinary people. I would have kept myself comfortably imprisoned there. But whenever I reappear, pain, suffering, death, these sorts of things keep appearing. It hit me that even though I barely existed, I was the source of so much disaster. And then I left and tried to make amends with my own hands. Normal Honkai beasts pose no threat to you. Of course, you can guess how things turned out. I was able to save them from Honkai beasts, it's true. But in my presence, death always found them. No one was spared. Perhaps it's too bold, but I don't think anyone should be blamed for their talents. No matter how you put it, I'm still Shariak. Don't you get it? She is the embodiment of relief. She could never just forgive herself like that.
だから
So, that's why you wanted to awaken stigmata in humans, so they wouldn't perish in your presence.
そんな風に考
I would
え
have preferred never having that thought.
理解できな
It's not difficult to see why. It was, in the plainest sense, a massacre.
見ての通り
I was born a curse. I made myself a monster, by my own hands.
私のような怪物
What could you possibly want from a monster like
あ
me?
なたたちは何
What could you
を得
get
よう
out
と
of
してる
it?
やっぱりな
What I really care about most, you did not even mention. As far as you can tell, it was all just a needless expedient.
もちろん
Even if a precedent had been made, I'm still not certain you can really pull it off.
だから
So, Molly's true purpose should now be revealed.
使い道は
使い道
Purpose?
ある行動は君にとって人々の
An
物語を
act.
保管する手
What
段
you'll see is a way to pause people's stories, not redeeming those lives that were lost because of you.
君しかし
But what I see is a miraculous future.
君の特質の
Because of your unique qualities, I'm gradually dying. So come then, do as you once had done.
私を現実の
Transcribe my
存在
existence
から
into pure
ただ
data,
の
preserved as an idea.
私の全て
After
を
getting everything I'm after, I will show you in ways words
言葉よ
never
り
could.
真の成
The
婚
true
計画
Project
と
Stigma. And then he died. Womp. Hmm.
彼女は成
She's
婚計
the
画
key to
の鍵
Project
という
Stigma
だけで
now.
はなく
Maybe even its
つま
origin.
り
Other words. This record which Hera called Grey Serpent 7125, like all seed of ideas here, was once a real life. The time of death, all or part of their experiences was preserved as data by Hare. Now, the information implantation she was about to perform in the Hersher of Reason was much the same, but simpler and more
つ
direct.
まり彼女は誰よりも慣れてい
With
る
Hare's
遊び
game,
方を
she is
選
more
んだ
capable than anyone else and can use Project Stigma to help herself cheat.
cheat.
She turned her head. With it now difficult to find any pause that existed in her image, she naturally no longer needed Project Bunny's report.
選手でもあり
Doesn't
審判
help
で
that
も
she's
ある
both a player and a referee. Out of time and chances, she must find the key to victory or surrender completely as the Hersher of Reason. Branya, of course, wouldn't do that. She had no way to fight back. Prometheus could do little to help against Hera's cheating. So she'll have to change her thinking. She's after the ultimate victory.
おそらくプロメテウスは間違っていません。
Prometheus was right about one thing. Changing the composition of her Hersher core would allow Branya to flip the board.
でもそれをするには
But beyond
今ま
that,
でにない
she'll
よう
need an
なきっかけが
opportunity
必要
she's
です
never had before. Hera represents Project Stigma to an extent, and she has the other Hersher of Reason's back. Containing only 300,000 people, but trying to encompass all humanity. Nothing had indicated a reason why Hera would be so fixated on the Hersher of Reason. From a business perspective, only a seal was needed.
そ
Oh,
うでした
right. Bit suspicious, she made a guess that would have seemed strange at first glance. To help prove it, she raised up her arm and began building various weapons from thin air. Not perfect, but it'll have to
この
do.
空間では
Here, Branya isn't able to hold her own against Project Stigma. Determined, she began putting her strategy to work.
バンを
Come on,
覆す
I have
本
a
当
real
のチャ
shot
ン
at
スを
turning
作
the
り出
board.
す
Near her control, the constructed weapons that had been spitting lethal lasers swerved towards her. It's where her body housed the Hersher core.
ブローニャは
Branya surrenders now. Laser noises! Whew.
やっぱり失敗したの？私も彼女もブローニャも
Another failure? For me, her, and Branya. There's a lot of dialogue in this game. Especially at this point. The narrator is ellipses. No, why are you walking so slow?
ああ、完全に終わってしまったのね。
Ah, it is indeed over. This moment, amid her perception, Bronya's resistance completely disappeared. The Hersher of Reason's power was now completely in World Serpent's
今まで
hands.
彼女は
She
私
must
と
have thought I was playing
対
with her
局
until
して
just
たと思
now.
っ
But to Hare, when Bronya became aware of the game and made her move, it was checkmate. For her, she needn't fight against it tooth and nail. She could look back on her past without fear. So her present self's desire for the Hersher of Reason is solidified. She ever needed to do was distract herself to reclaim what was lost. With Project Stigma, that was easy.
計画性が足りなかったか
Was
し
I
ら
not thorough enough? Perhaps if I had
も
shared
し
with her this story from
最
the
初から
beginning.
このも
But, holding back a flood of thoughts, she turned to see the geography of the
シベ
memory.
リア
Liberia, the Urals. I hadn't come back here since
よく
then.
か
Just like Bronya, who had hacked into her own memory, her vision moved beyond her control, causing her to laugh bitterly. Even though the
私
record
自
is
身が
my
記
own,
録
I
し
can
た
only
物
see
語
it from
は
the perspective of
あの子み
another
たい
me.
に
It's like that child. She thought of those she had once seen here, and the regret in her heart continued to grow.
あなたに家族の情報
I
を
thought I
教
could bring
えら
news
れると
about
思
your
ったけど
family, but even if I could. She begins speaking through her action. She completely cuts herself off from her past, making her consciousness a complete outsider. She knew the present her had no say in what would happen next. But, as chance would have it, the her who existed in this past also remained silent. Another failure.
また失敗したの
I can't help it. I am a yawning. Once again, simply because she was cast into the real space, this human settlement was reduced to a ghost town in an instant. In the same way she did before, she awakened the stigma within the dying, trying to save their lives by hatching. And everything she did was just as futile. She had become somewhat indifferent to this, not because she was used to it, but because it was now impossible for sanity and hope to coexist. Hope would be crushed. When the process repeated itself ceaselessly, no one could stay hopeful and sane at the same time.
でも私はこのまま理性を
But
失ってはいけ
I
ない
must not lose my sanity.
せめて全て
At least, I must find a way to
あ
end
るいは
everything.
私自
Or
身を終わら
myself.
せ誰か
Is anyone
そ
here?
こにいるの
No, you killed everyone.
やっぱり
The consciousness is gone. She easily pushed the power through the heavy metal. When the driver's stigma was awoken, due to his body's constitution, it didn't seem like genetic engineering at
ど
all.
うせ結果は
The
同じ
result
でし
should
ょ
be the same. Though she wanted the person before her to live more than anything else, she convinced herself she didn't care. As she expected, in this dull tin can, a newly born zombie is trying to break free. Legend of Nina.
ごめんなさい私には何もできない
Legend of Tomka. Bitch, walk faster!
マクシムブラッドあなたたちなの
It's Bronya.
人
Do I
の声
hear something?
ここは
Here. For her was a clearly temporary dwelling. It looked like a public building, but was capable of keeping out the elements. She silently walked into the room the voice had come from, but it was too dim to see inside.
誰か来たの。
Hello? Who's there? She realized for the person before her, death was already imminent. She wasn't aware there was a visitor. The name she kept repeating. Perhaps it was this person who, when near death, believed they could deliver themselves from hell.
そうやって待ってたのに
Oh, then to blame. Through the darkness, she gave her strength. Maybe she could have continued struggling a bit longer, but only followed by a quick death.
訪れないわずかな希望
A
が
ray of
な
hope that never shines. I disturbed the victim's
私は
peace
自
and
分
let them
勝手
die
に
in
被
the
害
mouth of
者を安らぎ
monsters. She recalled a legend told since ancient times.
もし地獄が存在する
There
と
is
し
a
たら
hell. I'm afraid I'll be trapped there forever
Shiva no
after I
watashi wa-
die. She thought about an afterlife. There was a glimmer in her eyes. In the darkness, she sensed a hatchet on the table. Harsh Siberia, a tool like this can have many uses. Using it to stroke her throat without leaving a single cut, she wondered what angle to slice from this time.
もうとっくに試したけど
It had been tried long ago, but I cannot be killed like this. She awakened stigma in others again and again. Though it destroyed her, she would continue to try so long as there was hope. And it was this obsession that caused her to overlook other peculiarities. For example, why was it that until now she had never heard the screams of those that became zombies?
待って
Wait,
それは
this
こっちの
is
セ
what
リ
I
フだ
ought
け
to
ど
say to you. The lights violently turned on.
それを下ろ
Put
し
the
まし
knife
ょ
down, yeah?
う。何があったか知らな
I
い
don't
し
care what's going on, and I
あ
know
なた
I'm
を説得
probably
する
not
資
the one to
格も
lecture you.
生きていなければ
Things can only get
チャ
better
ン
if
ス
you
は手
live,
に入
right?
らない。
Since that time, 3 days had flown by.
確かにそういった仕
Sure,
事を
it
した
might
こ
be
とは
outside my profession, but I have more medical
Demo
knowledge than
信じて。
anyone you know. It's best not to go out there.
私は
本当に
Really? I think my
あな
health
た
is
に
much
出会っ
better
てか
after
ら
meeting you.
先月に積もった
Last
雪が
month the
ドア
snow
を
was
塞
heavy
いだ
and
から
blocked the gate.
みんなで
We all
雪
went to
かき
clear
を
it.
したのよ
I suddenly lost my breath and fainted, waking up
そ
2days
の時です
later. She became silent, fixated on what she had said. My health is much better. She knew Alexandra's feelings weren't
で
wrong,
も稀に
but
見
her
るような
body is
崩
still
壊
very
エネル
weak
ギー
despite
の
the
耐
Honkai
性を持っ
energy.
て私のせいで
It'd
生
be
まれ
pretty
た怪
dangerous
物
to
に
run into
遭遇
those
した
monsters I created. Though hard to believe, Alexander did possess this quality that should only be possible in theory. There was no doubt that 3 days prior she had given birth to the stigma awakened. She stayed a while to see what made her exceptional, and her physical condition required looking after. From her stomach, it was clear she was not just pregnant, but only a trimester away from giving
そ
birth.
れで
So, the others really won't be coming back?
ええ
Right, monsters got them. I wasn't lying, she thought to herself. Luckily, she had seen the second eruption and didn't need much explaining. Of course, judging from her actions and words, just as she didn't know much about Honkai, she knew little about anything outside her daily routine. She was clearly well protected since childhood. In the snowy field ravaged by Honkai, she was ultimately too naive. Fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, she accepts reality readily.
そういえば
Strange, but the two that saved my life, one would only tell
最
me
近
his last
私を
name,
救ってくれた人
and
は
one
2
would
人
only
いる
tell
け
me
ど
his first name.
もしかして
Could it be you
あなたも
know each
彼
other?
女のことを
Her name
知っ
is
てるの？
Kokolia, an officer. No, I've never heard that name before.
私だって
It's not that I'm
名字し
unwilling
か
to
教
tell
え
you
たく
my
ないっ
name.
てわけじゃないの
It's just I've just
Tada.
never had a real name before.
私
それはダメでしょ
How does that work? Do other people call you
シャニア
Shariak?
そういうわけじゃない
No,
けど
I'm not worthy of that name.
私は
No one is likely to
その
use
呼
it,
びでも
but it is
確かに
accurate. It's really hard to understand
あ
what you're
なたっ
saying.
て
She had decided this was something to improve
と
on.
にかく
Anyway,
今日は
what do you
何
want
が
to
し
do
たい
today? Not that I like you going out on
出
your
ていく
own,
私が変われる
but
な
if I can go in your place, I'm
言っ
happy
て
to
あげ
help.
るわ
Wait a
Chotto.
moment. Struggling to get up from bed, she groped around for something in the
こ
cupboard.
れ
There. In her hand were withered plants. It required stigmata knowledge to see they were cornflowers.
近くの標本室で
They
見
were
つけ
dried
た
flowers
石花
found
だ
in
け
a
ど
nearby herbarium, but they were
何
better
も
than
なし
nothing.
よかったら
Can you help me find a nearby
こ
tombstone?
の
The
近
name
く
on
に
it
あ
should
る
read Alexei.
お墓を探してくれない？
Alexei Sedovich
名
Zaitsev.
前は私の代わりに
Please place this flower by his tomb
こ
for
の
me.
数ヶ月前の
My
災いで
husband
命
has
を
lost
落と
his
した
life in that disaster.
私の旦那なの
His
に
hat and pistols are buried there, but I go every
そ
week
こ
to
に
visit
は
him.
誰も訪れないお
When he went
墓は
abroad,
寂
he
しい
called
っ
the
て
abandoned cemetery the most desolate.
中に眠る人が
Those there
本
had
当
really
に消えて
disappeared.
しまうか
I
らって
don't want that to be him. Noticing her uncomprehending gaze, she continued.
平
He surprised and so cool. Like I said, I can't get too sad now. After all, it's hard to find medicine to keep up my lung capacity. When I can't... No. No, talk about it again then. You understand, right?
ええ
Oh, I see. Those are randomly placed tombstones. No name and 3 bullet holes. Gabriel Bogdanov. We don't know his original name. That's his Russian name.
アレクセイ・
Bogdanov.
シーダビッチ・ザイツェフ
Is that right?
彼は罪人で
Maybe
あ
he
る
was a sinner, but he always tried to help the
家族と
ones he
友人
loved. Whispering the epitaph, she pressed the flowers to the headstone. She didn't know why humans did it, but she thought she ought to. It's all vanity compared to transcription, preserving thoughts and experience as much as possible. Stone slab with a summary.
まるで
Vanity. Just
名
like
前のよう
names.
ね
So important and yet unable to store any meaningful information.
戻りましょう
Well, back. I still have things to
彼女に
explain to you. I'm
ただいま
back.
花を
Flowers. I'll
置い
leave
て
them
き
there.
た
お疲れ様
Sorry for the trouble.
来てちょうだい
Come here. I have something
用
for
意
you.
したものを見せ
用意した
Something for me.
も
The answer was clear. Her leg caused the quilt to bend. Several types of plants were piled up messily
人
nearby.
助けだと思って
Do me another
好きな
favor
ものを
and pick
一
the
つ
one you
選
like
んで
best.
これは
Is this some
何
sort of
かの
ritual?
儀
I'll let you know after the
選んだら
selection. This isn't the first time this has happened. The hypocritical character came out in Alexandra. Reaching out for them, she chose the most inconspicuous of these plants. Dried out, messy, fruitless, just as she had said about her own
へ
life.
え
Oh, that
こ
one.
の子な
Let
の
me
ね
think.
うん
Mm.
Ah.
Let's go
ミ
with
ステルに
Mistle.
しましょう
Do you like that name?
名前
Name? What did you
何の
say?
こと
さっきあなたが
You
選
just
んだ
picked
のは
mistletoe, and I
宿
thought
り
about
品
how it sounded in different languages.
別の国の
And
言
Miss
葉で
Sound
発
sounded
音を考
best.
えてみたらある神話では
In legends, it represents
命を
life,
象
but
徴
in
してる
others, it connotes death.
あなたに似合ってるわね
Suits you well.
あいいえ
No, I mean, the reason you
つまり
wanted me to choose a plant was to
私
give me
に
a
選ば
name?
せ
もちろんよ
Of course. If you didn't want to tell me,
教
that's
えた
fine.
くないやっぱりないとダメ
But
で
how
しょ
wouldn't you? Someone's recalling spending time with
あ
you.
なたのことを
Better
思い出す
Mistle
時
than the
に
mysterious, incomprehensible
ミス
Shariak,
テリア
right?
スで
あ
Uh,
やっぱりそういう
that's the
印象
impression
な
I
の
leave.
でも名前は私にとって
But to me, names have
確か
no
に意味
meaning.
が
あまり考えすぎない
Don't
で
overthink. Anyway, I've given it to you. Whether you choose to use it
そ
or
れは
not
あ
is
なた
up to
にプレ
you.
ゼント
Ah,
そうだ
right. Actually, because of
実は
something I
もう
wanted
一つ
to. Knock, knock. A sudden ominous knock at the door kept her from saying more. Both turned to the blizzard outside. The Urals were kept inhospitable by Honkai and frost, so no life could pass. She easily guessed who was at the door. Alexandra?
ここにいて
Keep quiet. This man is
Quiet
very
with us.
dangerous. The memories that followed looked somewhat fragmented now. They were the glimpses that Bronya caught in the match, which caused sudden
そ
fragmentation.
の通りさ
I've heard people talk about the cruelty of hell.
ヨルムンガンドに来るといい
Join World Serpent, you'll get what you're after.
適合者は
Best suited are one in a
ごく
million.
少
Once
数
they
しかい
disappear,
な
it can
い
be difficult to find another. An unexpected shot rang out. Thinking about the man that shot her, Alexandra seemed stunned. Right as the callous will was about to dissipate, his finger pulled the trigger under its own inertia, firing a bullet at her as she hid. Fortunately, after standing next to a living curse for so long, the other was close to his limits in every sense of the word. The shot only left a hole in the rooftop chimney. If only it was that simple. From the moment Miss calmly walked into the bonfire and allowed the flames to consume her, the thing that had just happened spun out of her imagination. Nevertheless, at this moment, what she needed was not consolation, but to say certain prepared words.
ミステル
Mr.
ええ
Yes, I'm
ここにいる
here. No one will ever hurt you again, I promise. Thank you.
あり
But
がと
do
う
you remember?
誰かがノックする
I had
前
something
に
to tell you before
あ
there
な
was
た
a
に
knock at
伝
the
えたい
door.
こと
覚えてるわ
I remember.
実はね
Thought after 2
2
days.
日後
Who would
ここ
come for
に
us?
ある人たちが来る
This
の
was actually arranged a week ago when
一
the
週間前に
payphone
決め
still
たこと
barely
よ
worked.
マクシムと電
That's when
話
I
して
I got through to Maxim.
あ
He was a friend of
彼は
Alexi's,
アレクセイの
and I
友
asked
達
him
な
to
のよ
relocate me to a place with better
言
conditions.
ったでしょ
Have I
も
told you
う
I'm
すぐ
going
お
to be a
母さん
mother?
の赤ちゃんが生まれるのは
One's
大
birth
事なこ
shouldn't be
とよ
taken lightly. I don't want her to open her eyes for the
初めて見る
first
世
time in
界
a
が
desolate place.
別れを告げないまま
I
でい
hate
るのは
leaving
嫌だ
without
から
saying goodbye, so I wanted to
あ
give you
な
a
たに
name.
なこれからは
I hope, when I
こ
recall
の
this
不思議な
fortuitous
出会いを
encounter,
思い出すたびに
I can call you by your own name
あ
in
な
my
たと
heart.
そう
Ah, I see. His mother-to-be had a life of her own. Mestelin stayed here. Anyone who attempted to help Alexandra would be cursed to death. And if that happened, she would be unable to maintain any normal relationship with
マクシム
Alexandra.
は
Maxim,
信頼できる
he
人
should be a
なんだ
reliable person.
ええ
Yes, he's my
彼
husband's
は
close friend.
夫の
And
親友なの
to be honest, he might be much more decent than
で
Alexei.
も
But as luck would
偶
have
然
it, before he and his
彼と
subordinates
部
get
下が
here,
こっちに来
I
る
met
前に
you.
私は
大丈夫
It's
よ
alright. I don't know what you did to
あなたが他の
others,
人に
but I
何
know
を
you've
した
been
って
genuinely nice to me for the past few days.
私
Just like
あの
Alexei.
ね
I suppose you two are bad people to
Alexei.
others. To what degree have you guessed? She did not ask, but the other was already aware.
ここにいた他の人たちはも
Although the others here have all,
う私が助かったのも
I made it out alive
あ
thanks
な
to
たの
you,
おかげ
right?
よだから
So,
見
Miss
捨て
Stone,
る
can you tell me who you are?
あなたの口から
I want you to tell me. She found it amusing that the other called her name, yet knew nothing about her. Did other humans interact in the same way? She did not know.
結論から言うと私のこ
In
とを
conclusion,
死
you
の
can
基準
think
と
of
思っ
me
て
as
も
a
らって
living
も構わ
embodiment
ない
of death. She began explaining her history in the simplest terms she could imagine. Once again, she loathed the accuracy of her memory. She loathed the conclusion that the recollections would lead to.
そして最後は
In the end,
いえ
no, I
大丈夫
take it easy. Unbearable silence. No one had little idea, and the other was in great pain. Minutes dragged by, and she finally
ごめん
spoke.
なさい
I'm sorry,
Alexandra.
Alexandra.
あなた
The
の言
child
う
you
その子は
expected could never have been born.
え
What?
私は
That child,
その子を宿すあなた
I
に
gave you too much
力を与
power.
え
あなたが言ってた
Is it the stigma?
あなたがその成功を
Gave me a
使って
second life. What does this have to
私
do
に
with my
二つ目の
child?
あなたに与えたもの
Because what I gave you is merely an extension
私
of
自身
myself.
つまり
In other words, the
あなたを
mysterious
救
power
った
that
不思議
saved
な
you
力は
be tracking the child in your room constantly
い
through
つ
your
どんな
blood.
時私は
I,
ごめんなさい
I'm sorry. I didn't
今
mean to
更
keep
教
it
える
from
なん
you.
てあなたのような存
Never
在
seen
は
it
見た
being
こと
like
が
you
ない
when
の
some details were confirmed the past few days.
私は
I don't even know.
な
As knowledgeable as she was, the stigma crystal could not defend herself. This death-like existence was waiting for a scolding like a schoolgirl. As she saw it, once the other figured out the whole story, she would not let her go easily. But how could she assume this responsibility when she could not take her own life?
あな
Based
た
on your
の知識
knowledge,
で
is there any way to
な
remedy
んと
it?
かあなたは私の
I owe you
命
men
の恩
life,
人よ
that's for certain.
その事実は変
Therefore,
わら
the
ない
most important thing for us is
だから
to us is to
一緒
find
に
a
問題を
solution
解
together,
決する
right?
方
A solution.
え
It's alright.
この子が生きるために必要
Even
な
if I
代
become the
償
price this child must pay to live,
たとえ
I'm fine with it.
それは
But
ダメよ
no, that's not worth it. For being like her, it was obviously more important to permanently preserve the past, not the uncertain future. I must retain this, even if there's no future in it. Whose life mattered more, an embryo whose mind was stranded in chaos, or a tangible being that had left laughter and stories in the world? Okay, girl, I'm just gonna correct you right here. If she's almost in the third trimester, that's not an embryo. It's a fetus. Not we don't call it an embryo when it's that developed. Even humans themselves, whose perspectives naturally differed from this outlier, were often torn apart by this question. But
必要
worth?
いいえ
No. Is this something that can be measured by worthiness? Her mind was far purer than a so-called form. After trying to calm down, tears uncontrollably flowed down her face, and emotional, stinging words came pouring out. Must I take away her future just to avoid my fate? I thought you were a poor soul who was cursed by an unjust fate. But you're not really sorry. You still think you're a god. Who are you to decide the fate of any life? I am sorry. She softened her tone. This woman, for all her flaws, would never hurt others unless it was necessary. I would trade my life for my child's. Judging my array of reaction. That's the only way, isn't it? I know if it weren't for you, my child would have probably died with me long ago. Everyone's been through so much recently. I can't bear to think about what happened. I know those events were arranged by fate and this can't be rejected or changed. I'll convince myself to not go deeper into them. But now, if there's an opportunity to change the situation, I want to seize it so what I cherish can live in this world. Miss Dillon did not refute. How Alexandra treated her child and how she treated Alexandra was exactly the same from perspective. The stigma, if you can awaken it, surely you can put it to sleep again. Do you know what you're talking about? Of course. I gradually recovered thanks to it. I'll be so lucky after this, right? I'll be back to not finding any medicine. After pushing countless lives to death with her own hands, she refused to let the only hope before her go. For her, for Miss Stone, it was driftwood for the drowning. She could not allow the other to take the path to death, even though she had bestowed death upon countless people. It's her choice. Alexandra Pavlovna Zaychik. We see the world very differently, so I won't refute your ideas. Instead, I'll clarify your gains and losses in human terms. I'll admit I'm the cause of all the problems at hand. But at least on this occasion, your decision isn't responsible enough. Responsible? For a mother, giving life is the humblest beginning. I don't think you've taken what will happen next into account. Father has died and you don't value your life. How will that child fend if she's all alone? If you haven't given the world outside much thought, ubiquitous Honkai, unpredictable people, do you have any idea what will become of her? Well, I don't want to make cruel assumptions, but the truth is this world isn't nice. She could end up in a gang and be raised into a merciless killer. Just after doing one or two jobs, she'd get gunned down. Or she could be exposed to Honkai accidentally. She'd survive it, but the disabilities it inflicts would ruin her life. The life you've given her is suffering. What would she think? You're right. Nobody wants to live to suffer. Maybe when I can't go on, somebody else will take her in as a family. Maybe after she grows up, she'll make several true friends who will steer her in the right direction. If all goes well, she'll find her passions and turn them into her career. Become a video game developer. Yeah! Still, I know there's no point in arguing now, and nobody can predict her future. But it's still her future. Even if it's uncertain, it must have a meaning of its own. Yeah, as you said, I can't do more for her, and that's my fault. But how can I rob her of a future that she may have? Let's get started, Miss Stone. In any case, you didn't deny you can restore everything. If this drags on, I might actually regret it. Regret? Of course. Who do you take me for? An elder who's done living? I haven't done many things I want to do, nor own many things I want to own. Nurseries where I can pick flowers all year round, a trip to Machu Picchu halfway across the world, diamond necklaces, a new dress every day, the list goes on. I'm not the type to lose hope in the world. I know its beauty, and I want to live, but... Miss Stone, hurry up. You let regrets multiply, end up killed by regrets. Just like you, I find lifeless life worse than death. This conclusion made sense, but she still felt confused. Do you remember what you said to me when we first met? You can wait for an opportunity as long as you're alive. Why do you think you convince others of a moral you don't practice? That's the moral I gifted to you in your
それは
time, so I
私があ
can't
な
take
た
it
と
back. The conclusion still made sense, but she felt even more
ミステル
confused. Miss Stone? The other called her softly, pulling her back to
アレ
reality.
クセイのことを
Let
もう
me
少
tell
し
you
聞
another
いてもら
story
ってもい
about
い？ま
Alexei.
だ結婚してない頃
Before we got
彼は
married, he
私を
took me to the National
国の
Cemetery
た
to
めに
pay
死んだ
respects
兵
to
士
the
の
soldiers
墓
who
参りに
died for
連
our
れて行った
country.
の。
Annoying man, isn't he?
つ
I
ま
don't
ら
know
な
why
い
I fell
男
in
で
love
しょ？
with him
で
later.
も
But that's not the
私の言いたい
story.
軍人のお墓
National Cemetery. You can picture it.
想像できるでしょ？
Tens of thousands of people buried
数
together,
千
each identified
数
by a
万人
small
が同じ
plaque
と
and
ころ
sharing
で
the epitaph on a
一
towering
人一人
monument.
この地で眠るのは
Here dead lie
我々が生きる
because
道
we
を
did
選ば
not
なかっ
choose
た
to
から
live
だ。
and shame the land from which we sprung.
命は簡単に失っていいもの
Life,
で
to be
は
sure,
ない。
is nothing much to lose, but young men think it is,
し
and
かし
we were
若者
young. Meston understood what the words meant. The life and death of a person are ultimately decided by their impulse. Life could not find its meaning, as with the lives stripped of everything by her. Yet that was exactly why she believed all the more that disregarding life and death was nothing more than a foolish
アレ
waste.
クサンドラ
Alexandra,
これから
perhaps
話すことで
saying this will remind you of things and
あ
incur
な
more
た
of your
は何
blame.
かをけど
But you
あ
should
なた
know
が
it's
生
a
き残っ
miracle
た
that
こ
you
と自体
survived.
あなたの命は
Your life bears an extraordinary
そ
weight.
の重さは
普通そう言わないで。
Ordinary? Don't say that.
命は
Life is unique and
誰に
precious to
とって
everyone.
だ。
But
大
even
事
the
なも
most
ので
precious
も
thing has its
その
use,
使い道があ
or
る。
will lose all its
でない
value.
と
例えば
Just like now. Yes, human
人
life
の
is
命
passing
は
by the
よ
second.
り大事なもののためでも
Whether it's for something more precious
何
or
もせず
nothing
に
in
時間を無
particular,
駄にする
or
だけでも
squandering it, aren't we?
私
The stigma crystal had nothing else to say, but persuading the other was impossible. Forced to push others to death, actively pushing others to death, surrendering to death by transcribing the dead, watching others die willingly. Step by step, she came to where she is today. She was a selfish human being. She was not a conceptual existence. But they're
残
only
念ながらも
hypotheticals.
し本当にそうだと
That's
し
the
たら
case. I wouldn't have been bothered from the
私は
start.
さ
Even if she was cursed and demonized, Sharik could not refuse a request for goodness. She reached out. Stigma she personally awakened, the only hope she saw in hell, gradually lost its shine and became a silent genetic redundancy. How she wished her hand would be shaking like a commoner's now. Killing those who were unrelated to her, killing those who would have died because of her. Now she must send the one who was born because of her off on a journey with death near a certainty. She longed to express her discontent in a form other than concept.
終わったわ
It's over.
何も
Nothing
変
seemed
わ
to
らないみたい
change.
成婚があなたの体に与えた影響
The
は
effects the stigma had on you
そんな
won't
に
go
すぐ
away
に
in
消
an
えたりし
instant.
ないからごめんなさい
Sorry, I am asleep before
Maxim
Maxim comes to pick you
あなたを迎え
up.
に来る前に
Otherwise, no
私
matter
は
how
こ
many
の場を
people he
離れない
brings,
と
they'll all die together because of me.
そして外にいる怪
Guarding
物
the
に関して
monsters
は
outside, I'll do my best to repel
で
them.
きるだけ駆逐
As
して
for
お
the
くわ
rest,
ありがとう
thank you.
私はこの手で
I just took away your nearly endless remaining years.
でもあなたは未来を
And you
残して
saved
く
the
れた
future. Miss Stone, please don't show that
ミスター
expression.
できれば
I hope more
あ
than
なたが
anything
今日
that
の
when
こ
you
とを
recall
思い
what
出
you
した
did
時
today, you'll be proud of yourself.
あなたは命の反対側
When
に
you
立った
stand on
け
the
ど
opposite side of life,
それ
but
はあ
that
な
is
たの
not your
本心じゃ
intention.
ない
At the very least, you respect life like a real human being.
あなたは
それでも理
I
解でき
still
ない
can't understand,
けれど
but I won't object. Before
そうだ
we say goodbye,
別れる前
let's
に
discuss another matter. Sure.
ベネチアはもう
Venice
昔
is
とは
no
違
more.
う
The best Greek islands have drawn an
美しいギリシャの
acceleration.
島々も沈
But
没
it's
し
the
ていく
having, not the keeping, that is the treasure.
カカリアと一緒にアレクセイの
After
銃を
bullying
埋めた
bearing
後
Alexei's pistol with
自分の母
Cocolia,
姫を探し
I
てた
found
時
this
に
poem and wanted to
この
use it
詩
as
を見
my
つけたの
epitaph.
でもよく考え
Then
たら
again, not many people
私の
remember
こと
me,
を
so
覚え
it
てく
won't
れる
make me
人
look
は
better
そ
or
んなに多く
anything.
ないだ
But I have a new idea.
今
Wanna
は
hear?
私
ええ
Sure, go
Go.
ahead. However, just as humans could not reverse death, darkness suddenly erased everything without warning.
アレクサンドラ
Alexandra. For the longest time, stagnant darkness was what she craved the most, whether it was for an hour or a month, when she could escape reality and stop hurting innocent lives against her will. Yet its coming at this moment was what she wanted the least. Rip! Oh, perfect timing for an ad break. BRB. Oh. 3 months later, the imaginary disturbances once again released her into reality. It was as if fate was mocking her. The familiar tundras of Siberia had been decorated into a colorful paradise by life. Oh, throat, please. It was the end of summer. The forests she passed by fell into dead silence. Though she was aware of her characteristics, the first thing she did was set out to find Alexandra. It's also at this time that the mysterious disasters plaguing Siberia became known. For the first time, she tried to leave her footprints in every corner of the Ural region. A lucky few had survived meeting her, but they were mostly traumatized both physically and mentally to the point that they could not live normally. They lived the rest of their lives in derangement and kept uttering the name Baba Yaga. But even after paying such a price, their efforts did not pay off. Not long after, on the Arctic coast, on the outskirts of Tixi were the sacrificial ground of a world serpent ranch. The dark corridor meandered on. Since it was built, no one had ever come and invaded. Until today. Huh? I didn't expect you to come see me. Or rather, leave the Ural Mountains. You returned to the stigma space for too long a time in May. So, did you find a way to avoid me, or...? No wonder you didn't hesitate to raise your gun. I saw more than one awakened around here, though they're all children. You said I'm a businessman. I trade one thing for another. I know, that's why I came. Oh, how may I help? I can accept your offer and join your organization. But you need to trade with me. Yes. I need to make one thing clear. I don't have the means to avoid you. And also means, in this world, perhaps there's nobody you can't find. It's not that easy, but I can guess who you're looking for. Is that your condition? Yes, I don't need to see her. You merely need to check on her for me. Why must you deign to trade with me for something so simple? You want to take one thing at a time. To be honest, for World Serpent, even if the other cluster treats 10 times worse than you, you're still not our only option. So this trade isn't very fair. In that case, goodbye. Please wait. When will you let let others finish first? If I find it unfair as a trade, I'd gladly help as a friend. But all she's asking is for you to find one random lady. Help. Yes, more than you joining World Serpent and becoming our colleague, I want you to owe me. Don't worry, I rarely make undue requests, and the day I need you may not come. Please think of it as a request to hatch something. You'll be good at it. It's a deal. So well, you have a gift for business, it seems. Grey Serpent, I've been curious about something. Transcribed many different U's. Are those numbers their names? Yes, including mine. 1904 means I'm an outdated model. I'm surprised you're curious about such a matter, though. Nothing. I'm just trying to remember what I see in another way. Just trying. Then, it's goodbye, 1904. A year flew by. The autumn wind came. The most merciless and merciful qualities of a law is that it repeats itself without change. As for the human she was looking for, description: Alexandra Pavlovna Zaitchik. As for the human she was looking for, all she saw was a cold tombstone. Aside from a full name, there was not even an epitaph on it. The only thing that soothed her was a white bouquet on the grave. It was clearly not from Grey Serpent. She wanted to write something for her on the stele. Stella. Stella? I don't actually know how you're supposed to say that. But no matter how hard she tried, she could not articulate her emotions. She finally realized they had only known each other for a little over 3 days. It's been 3 hours. Maybe you should say something? Windy here, my umbrella isn't as durable as you imagine. Mostly serves to accentuate my disposition. Is this the person you found for me? She did not elaborate, but anyone could tell whom she was unhappy with.
できるだけのことは
I
した
tried my
君が
best.
あの取
She
引を
died
言い
before
出
you
した
proposed
時
that
には
trade.
すでに
That's why it took me so long.
一人の人
It's
間
easy
を
to
探
find
すの
someone
が
because to
覚悟
lives to
だ
air, but graves are different,
生きて
as
い
it
ること
concludes
は
everything. This is not concluded. Ah, I get it.
わかっ
That
た
child, right?
子供はここ
She
に
isn't
埋まっ
buried
ている
here.
安心して
Relax, I always see my job
仕
through.
事は
I've
最後
inquired
ま
about
で
her
きちんと
whereabouts.
話によると
Said that on the day she was born, her
子供
mother
が生
cried
まれた
alone
日
for the
の
entire afternoon, seemingly
この
grieving
母
for
親
many
はずっ
people.
と
彼女は約
She
束
values
を重んじる
promises.
人
Good, you finally spoke.
や
So,
っと話す
do
気
you
に
want
な
that
って
child to
くれた
appear
の
before
か
us or disappear into the crowds? If it's the former, I can do you another favor.
彼女の子供
She's
は
alive?
確信してはい
You
な
don't
い
believe
よう
me?
だな
Is it that surprising?
それは
What about her
その子の
resistance?
体制
Is
は
it
どう
like her
なの
mother's?
いや
No, she's not
特別な
special.
ところ
I'm
は
afraid she'd
ない
die the moment she memorizes your face, let alone spending
傘の
3
下で
hours with
君
you
と
under an
3時間
umbrella.
一緒に残念に思
Feeling
っている
sorry, aren't you? For
So-
her, having connections with you isn't a gift, but a
君とつ
curse.
ながりがある
今日のあなた
Aren't you wisecracking too much today?
私たちは
Hey,
友
I
人
thought we
だ
were
と
old
思って
friends.
い
Or
たん
do you
だ
prefer
が
those gray serpents with newer
それ
numbers?
とも君は
You must think a mother on
シベリアの
life-sustaining
環境は
medication in
あまり
harsh
にも
Siberia
厳しく
isn't likely to give birth successfully.
残念ながら
It's a pity that the surviving
生き残
child
っ
is
た子供は
painfully
かなり
average.
普
He managed
通
to
で
collect a sample of her
彼女
metabolism.
は普通の実
Even an
験レベルの
experimental dose of
崩壊
Honkai
エネル
energy
ギー
could
に
leave
接
her with
触
lifelong
しただけで
disability. Unless...
まあいい
Forget it. It's not worth
そんな
mentioning.
どうしてそう決め
How
つ
do
け
you
られた
know?
普通の人間が律者
Do
に
you
なれる
actually
と
think an
思う
average person can become a Hersher? About that! She fell into a long silence again. When she parted her lips, her tone changed subtly. Grey Serpent, do you know how many lives I have transcribed to this
はい
day?
私が与え
Do
て
you know how many stigmata I have
そし
given
て
and
取り
taken
戻した
back?
成婚の数は
Hi, kitty!
どれほどあると思う
成婚計画
That number is nothing compared to Project
大したこと
Stigma.
あなたは勘違いしてい
You're
る
wrong. I'm not bragging about my
別に
accomplishments.
終わった物語
I'm obliged to preserve the stories that have ended, even
私
if
には
there's no
それを
future
保
in
管
doing
する気
this.
でも
But after
これほ
recording
ど
so
多
many
くの人
lives,
生
I
を
only
記録した
discovered one thing.
理念
Ideas shape reality
いつ
quietly,
も音
but
一つ
seldom the other way
現
around.
実を形づく成婚は簡単に人類を変えられるけど
A stigma can easily change a human, but I've never seen a human change a stigma.
今まで
その人間
You
が
think
で
that
きてい
person
た
did
と
it?
確認はで
I
きない
can't confirm. In fact, I can't even
今の状
transcribe it
況
fully.
でも
Since you said that child is
その子が
perfectly
大変
average,
私は
Serpent,
間
I'm
違って
afraid
いる
I
のか
was
もしれ
wrong.
ない
Too wrong.
それはどうだ
It depends. Man shrugged, unclear if it was out of duplicity or nonchalance.
別にあなたを説得し
I
よう
don't
とは
intend
し
to
てない
persuade you, so...
ハイヘビ
Grey Serpent,
成婚計
what
画
will happen to me when Project
本
Stigma
当
is
の意
really
味で成就
completed?
し
まず
First of all, the
バージョン
16th version
16
of
の
Project
成婚
Stigma
計
may
画
not be
が
implemented.
実行される
This
と
colleague of mine is still trying to implement the original version.
もちろん君が
Of
加わ
course, should you
れ
choose to
ば
join, she wouldn't know another direction has been taken. All in all, I don't want her to get herself killed by running up to you.
それはあなたたちの
You
自
have the
由
freedom.
よく言ってく
It's
れ
good to
た
hear. By the way, your codename in the
ちなみ
organization
に
was given
組
by the
織に
same
ウ
colleague.
サギ
Here, I suppose it's
これも一つの
coincidental.
偶然かもし
She
れない
doesn't
な
Here,
彼
not
女は
here.
君の経験を
She
知
doesn't
ら
know
ない
what you've
が
been through, yet she
たま
wished
た
for
ま
your
この名
rebirth. The woman frowned, making it clear that she did not appreciate the name.
別にあなたたちのルール
I
に
won't
文
enter
句
your
をつける
system,
つ
but
も
I
りは
will
ないけ
only
ど
use the name Mistel.
それに
And you haven't
最初の
answered my
質問
first question.
答えは
The answer is what she wished for you. After all, your birth was an accident.
君
What
の
exists here is an
環境
imaginary
に存在
concept,
だったが
not a real
ここ
stigma
に
life.
成婚計画
When
が
Project
正式
Stigma
に
is
記述
officially
され
activated, part of verification, you'll be given the chance to transcribe
君
yourself,
自身を
die
転写する
completely,
機会
and
を
be
手に
reborn.
計画で他の対象を操作
Unlike
す
the
る
commands to be
こと
executed on other
自身を
projects,
転
the
写
result
す
of
ることで得
transcribing
られる結
yourself
果は
is you will have the same form and
彼女
similar
は
abilities as you, but
君
she will
と
not
同
be
じ
you.
体と
Curse haunting you will
似たような
naturally
能
cease to
力を
exist.
彼女は君の過
She
去
will
を
know
知
your
っている
past,
が
but to her, it will be a
彼女にと
forgettable
って
song in the wind.
生き返る
Rebirth. Huh. She remembered the dried specimen she saw when choosing a name.
どうやら
What are you doing?
ウサギという名は彼女に残した方が良さそうねもちろん
No.
彼女がミステルを気に入ってく
Don't
れ
go
た
under the bed.
それもいいことだ
It's
と
too dusty. There's apparently a better name for her. Of course, it'd be fine if she likes Muston this much.
今の私
For
は
the current me, knowing I have a chance to really
本
die
当
is
に
enough.
それで
Before that,
ヨルムンガンドには人を閉じ込める場所が多くある。
World Serpent has more than enough places to confine people and is fully capable of killing off the Honkai beasts you spawn.
それに
Actually,
ほら、私はあの1904
see, I'm still the old Moon 904.
君と
After being in
しばらく
contact with you
接触した結
for
果
some time, hasn't World Serpent slowly learned how to avoid your influence?
でも以前起きたことは私にとってはまだ過
The
去になっ
past
てい
hasn't
ない
really passed away for me.
それはもちろん
That I understand. You call yourself Shariak, you'd never write off your past sins just because you found a way to rectify them.
過ちは
Let's get back to the organization.
極めて少ないとは
On
思う
rare
が
occasions, World Serpent will delegate field work to you, only if you volunteer. Hello, Erd. I hope you're having a good night.
例えば
Such
例
as,
えば
this is the first job you're about to do.
そんなに
You can't wait another minute.
もちろん
Of course, because it's not any
少
job.
し特殊な仕
World
事
Serpent needs someone to go to the mouth of the Yukon River promptly to inspect a similar
類似
existence.
した存在
Similar existence? To
誰
whom?
君とだ
You.
君はずっとシ
I've
ベ
always
リ
been
アで
active in
活動してい
Siberia,
て
so you may not know much about the Honkai outside, but there is an abnormally stubborn being among the Hershers who
異常な
resembles
ほ
you.
どに
興味がないわ
I'm not interested.
最後まで
Hear me
聞い
out
てから
first. It's
断っ
not too
ても
late to
遅
reject
くは
after.
事実
In reality, because there was an exemplar like him in the past, we immediately
我
tried
々
to
は
recruit
君
you
の
when we
存在に
discovered
気づ
him.
いて
Or when we discovered you.
彼も
Was he
手
also
当
a
たり
heartless
次第に
killer?
人を
An
殺し
abhorrent monster?
いや違う
Not at all. Contrast,
Mushiro
he's widely
Kyakuda.
admired and even became a form of
彼は無数の人
form
に
of
慕われ
spiritual
た
legacy.
ほら言っただろ
See, you should hear me out before you
最後まで
refuse.
聞いて
How
から
dare
断
he,
っても
don't you
遅
think?
余計な言葉はいらないわ
Cut to the chase. Who are you talking about?
彼は君と同じように
He's the same as you. He has a human's name, but most of the time, people
ネ
call
ゲン
him
トロピー名手
Hey Sovereign Harsher of Reason. Hi. She's looking at me. The past ended abruptly. Yet to the person watching all this, it was an unexpected halt. Looking around, this was still the place where she had unraveled her mind. But as someone long familiar with this part of history, she knew that there were still some codas and interludes before the trio ended this story.
記憶空間がない
Memory space has been broken from within because
それって
the Hersher of the Void?
空の律
No,
書
it's
か
not. Like a response to her words, the Hersher core, forcefully fused by the power of Project Stigma, flashed a ray of crimson light. Yet,
なるほど
I see. This is
すごく
truly a bold
大胆な
attempt.
こ
Hare raised her head, and where her eyes stopped, the fracture in the imaginary space slowly extended.
おかえりなさいブローニャ在地区少なくともあなた自身は私を失望させなかったわ
Damn. The girl who had just surrendered finally returned to reality.
やはりコアは完全にあなたのいや
As expected, the
生
core
誕
already
計画のも
belongs
の
to
に
you.
なったんですね
No, it belongs to everything about Project Stigma.
それとも
To deliberately
あなたは
emphasizing the
ブローニャと
difference
断り
between
の
the
歴史
Hersher
と
of
の
Reason
違
and
いを
me.
強
そうよ
That's right. I'm complimenting you personally, not the Hersher of Reason. Furthermore, you no longer have to take on that identity now, right?
それでも
Bronya still wants to reclaim the Hersher of Reason's
断り
powers.
のただ
But if
今まで
Bronya
のやり
continues
方
to
で
drag
あ
it
なた
out
と
with you
戦
like
って
that,
も
there's
ブ
no
ロー
way
ニャは
Bronya
勝利
can
でき
win.
もそれをリバーシとして考え
Seen
る
as a game of chess, the most
最も
rational
理
move
性
would
的
be
な
to
やり方
destroy
は
this space
空
and
間
overturn
自
the
体を壊す
chessboard.
それができなければ
If it's impossible to do that now, then it's best to surrender
すぐ
immediately
に
and
負けを
divert the
認め
battle
て
to
別な
prevent
戦
wasting
場を
any more
探すべ
time.
きですだから爆撃に
So
よって
by
ブローニャは
bombardment,
自分
Bronya
と
broke
コア
all
のつな
connections
がりを
with the
断ち
core and temporarily
一
gave
時
up
的に
the
断り
Hersher
の
of
律者の
Reason's
力を
authority.
だからこそ
Because of that,
普通の
Bronya
人間
escaped
と
from
して
their states with a
その
specialized
方向に
space
特化した
as a
空間
normal
の束
person.
縛
でも
But he resisted for so long, simply to stop me from taking everything but the Hersher of Reason away, no?
あなたが成婚計画の力で不正を行っているような状況
Since
で
you're
現実
using
に
Project
戻るに
Stigma's
は
powers to play
それが
dirty,
唯一の
turning
方
to
法で
reality
し
is the only way
た
now.
それに
And if a
何
person
かを
can't
失
accept
う
losing
状況を
something,
耐えることが
he
で
does
きな
not
けれ
actually
ば
possess the ability
そ
to
の
protect
何か
that
を有す
something.
る器を持っていない
It's indeed a mistake that I would have easily made in the past. Alright, more or less, you also know what kind of existence I am. She ain't the same kind. That is why Project Stigma needs me. Simple as that. Obviously, that was a lie. The girl before her did not know of the relationship between her mother and Hare, so she could not suspect that reason. I've always wanted to help all of you, I truly do. But once we touch upon the crux of the issue, stopping Project Stigma, you definitely won't give in. You're right. But even so, Bronya still cannot understand why are you so persistent solely about the Hersher of Reason. What if I said, it is out of envy? Very first Hersher of Reason, Wild Joyce. His existence was similar to mine, but he received boundless admiration and even became a form of spiritual legacy. Completely different from how I was on the past. I detest that curse that had plagued me since birth. I want to know how my kind has liberated himself from an agony beyond death. How he repaired his wings in hell and soared again. Do you know now? Yes, I do. Because I do, I feel disappointed. It may sound inappropriate, but that's truly how I feel at the moment. The Hoosier of Reason knows nothing more than this. Do not misunderstand. I respect him very much. Today is the day that the Divine Tyrant shall be devoured. He put no shame to the title of a hero. He was an excellent human. It is precisely because of this that to me his existence is ironically nothing more than this. He did not liberate himself from the pain I once felt. The only difference between us was that he was bestowed with a gift upon birth, but not a curse. What's truly important are the decisions he made, not the appearance he took in this world. Of course I understand that, but that's not the answer that I want. To you, how many of my decisions could be seen as a mistake, and in the end, how did they turn out? Although this may sound arrogant, what I meant was I am the same type of existence as the finality you all know of. He truly wanted to embrace humanity. It became an undefinable finality for the world. You've witnessed the calamity I caused, so past me is already sinful in the world's eyes. And to stop finality, Project Stigma is the only correct answer. I know that the Shixel and Anti-Entropy have plans that can endure this, but forgive my candor, those are but wayward methods that encourage humans to fight endlessly against Honkai. Then, in comparison to how I was in the past, what's the difference? Bronya understands now. If you want to reverse Project Stigma, for Kevin, you'll have to go through me. If you see this as a stage clear game, by difficulty, that is true. But if you're talking about our attitudes, I'm afraid I'm no softer than the sire. So, what do you plan to do next? Successfully returning to reality, that's worthy of praise. But at the same time, you'll lose the only power that you can rely on. A crafty glint subtly flashed through the girl's eyes. Before considering that, so you've already completely taken the Hersher's authority, you can return the remainder to Bronya, right? The remainders? For some thought, she understood what she meant and looked towards the dim core floating between them. Oh, you mean this crystal? Sure, take it. It's a Sarira left behind by a noble hero. It should be kept safely. Stepping forward, the girl took the momentous black crystal. Long ago, it had constantly imposed definitions on the girl, but today, it's but a lifeless object. This is the word Sarira connotes. It's only a keepsake now. Even if I wanted to return the Hersher's authority to you, it's impossible to do that anymore. As you can see, the 300,000 thoughts that make up the Hersher of Reason have already fused into Project Stigma. They can only become seeds of ideas, but can never gather back inside this core. Bronya understands, but it's not important. Bronya just needs a kind of symbol. Huh? Actually, it's not just you. Bronya also feels curious about how the Hersher of Reason exists. Attaining this legacy does not mean that Bronya truly understands this concept. And on another hand, the more important thing is, if Bronya had shown how important the core is to me, it wouldn't be so easy to get it back now, would it? Important? You. This moment, she suddenly recalled something. Bronya chose a despairing method to escape those memories, that was the truth. But in that case, when she returned to reality, where did that ray of light that instantly glowed from the shriveled core come from?
力という面で成婚計画は断りの律者より上だと認めます。ですが忘れないでください。ブローニャも30万分の1です。エデンの星。
素晴らしいわ。
Amazing.
疑似羽化。
Simulated metamorphosis. I believe Prometheus said
と
that.
にかく
Regardless, after receiving their acknowledgement, you are now a part of the cluster of
確かにあの
consciousness.
コアを再び手に
To reclaiming the core, although there's only one of 300,000,
30万分
its
の
past
1しかない
powers
けど
left.
その性質から考えれば確かにあなたは本物の断りの律者。
But by property, you are still the authentic Harsher of Reason. She looked at the weapon that appeared in the girl's hands. That was the greatest proof of what she said.
以前のベルトさんと同じことをしただけです。
This is simply what Mr. Yang did before, leaving mechanical memory inside his own body using the distributed construct of the core. Even if the powers are trivial to begin with, thoughts can rebuild within us.
そうだとしても
But even if you say that, in terms of powers, you haven't grown at all.
確かに
Indeed, if Bronya had to fight against you,
それ
this
だ
much
け
is
では何
probably
の意味もない
insufficient.
かもしれません。
But,
使い方という
practically speaking, looks like you made another poor
あ
judgment.
なたはブローニャに
Since you're so courteous to Bronya, I hope you'll welcome them too. As she spoke, the imperceptible space fracture began to extend. She thoroughly understood the threads. She could tear the net that trapped everyone in, with her trivial yet familiar authority.
サンキューブローニャ。
Thanks, Bronya. That's a May, and there's a Kiana. We're back here. So, up until now, you've been tricking me?
いいでしょ
Fine, it's 1 against 3 again. People say the same move won't work twice, and I'm out of
う。
ideas.
同じ
そこまで謙虚になる
You
必要
don't
は
have to
ない
act
でしょ。
modest.
成婚計
You
画
exploited
の
Project
性質を
Stigma so you
自
can
分
play
の支配
dirty.
にケビンが封印されて
I
る
believe our only chance of winning is to
あなたを
crush you,
一
but
気に
Kevin
倒
is
せる唯
sealed.
一の機
待ってください。メイ姉さん
Wait, May.
どうしたの
What?
疑似ブラックホールは
The
すで
pseudo
に
black
消
hole
え
is
ま
long
した。
gone.
ケビンは
Kevin, he should have left the
この遺
ruins.
跡から離れてると思います。
委員長
Fuhua? It's a
委
Fuhua!
員長と指揮の律者
Fuhua and her
ブ
sure
ラックホ
sentience
ール
have been in
に
the
長い
black
間
hole for
と
too
どまって
long.
いました。
They're still
力は
recovering.
ティアナ、メイ姉
Kiana,
さん
May,
委
can
員
you
長
please
を
go
お願
look
い
after
できます
Fuhua?
か。こちらの戦いは
Audrey can take care of the
ブロー
battle
ニャ一
here,
人で何とか
and
で
this
き
is
ます。
extremely important.
ブローニャちゃん
Anya? Even if
Kevin
Kevin won't show
今
up,
は意地を張
now's
って
not
る
the
場合
time
じ
to
ゃない
act on your emotions.
安心してください。
Bronya can assure you that she just found the Sherman
ミッション
strategy,
その前提として
but the prerequisite is
ブロー
Bronya
ニャ
must
は
fight
一人
alone.
で
Oh?
とにかく今の状
Anyway,
況を
given
考
the
えれば
situation,
これ
Bronya
から
hopes
起こることは
whatever happens next
ブロー
only
ニャと
happens
彼
between
女
me and her,
内面と形が
two
全然
Archers of
違う
Reason that are disparate
二
in
人の断
substance
りの
and
律
form.
者。
私がただの
Even if I'm just a
略奪者だ
snatcher,
として
ええ
even if
あ
you're
なた
just a
がただの
snatcher.
略
それであなたは一人の
So you're
力
planning
で
to take on 300,000 people and even the entire Project
まして
Sigma
や
alone?
成婚計画
And you
の
believe
全
you'll
てに
win?
抗う
はい
That's right.
何しろ
Previous attempts taught Bronya one thing.
ブローニャ断りの律者にとって1と30万に違いはありません。
For Harsher of Reason, one is the same as
ベルトさ
300,000.
んとブローニャが
The reason Mr. Yang and Bronya had difficulty
30
controlling
万人の思想をうまく扱えなかった
300,000
のは
minds is
結
that
局のところ
we were in
ブロー
awe
ニ
of
ャた
them
ちが
from the
最初から
start.
彼らに対して30万人の思想を
Bronya
敬
isn't
う
saying we
なと
shouldn't
言ってい
hold
るわ
those
けではあ
minds
り
in
ません。
awe.
むしろ逆です。彼らを敬ってるか
On the
ら
contrary, it is because we are in awe of them, the history of the Harsher of Reason.
実際に行
We
動
must
してい
treat
る時
them
は
as an ordinary
彼ら
power
を
that we
普通
can
の
conquer
力
in
として
practice.
ベルト・ジョイス
Well, Joyce, Joaquin Yang,
ブ
Bronya
ローニャ在
Zaychik.
地区それぞれ
Each
が
of us is not
30
only
万
one
の
of
うちだけではありません
300,000,
し
but also
ま
the
た一方では
300,000
同じように
combined.
断りの律者の名を今
The
まで
name of
継承
Harsher
す
of
ること
Reason
が
has
できた
been
のは
passed down to this day
その
because its
力と
power
意志が
and will
逆
have
に
long
融
been
合したこと
integrated.
でウサギ
Here, what you snatched was only the superficial form.
それって
Are you saying all my
私
previous
の今ま
arrangements
で
are
の布石そ
pointless?
れは本 当に
That's interesting.
本当かどうかは
You'll see for
戦
yourself
えば
after
わ
we
かる。
いい
fight.
でしょ
I will, but I need to
う
remind
一応
you.
注意して
You only saw me being forced into hurting others in the
あ
past.
の呪いはもう
That
存在
curse is
し
no
なくな
more,
った
but this brand new body, the power
こ
that
の
can easily
新
connect
しい
stigma and
た
reality
やすく成
will
婚
not
と現
lose
実
to
の
her
力
ship.
をつなげられる律者と一対一で戦っても劣勢になることはないわ
どうやら
Looks like you don't see it. What challenging you right now isn't a harsher of reason,
ブロ
but
ーニャ在地区です。
brand new Seichik.
なるほど
Oh, I
またで
see.
もそうなると
Now for both of us, it all comes down to this battle. Easy, baby,
あなた
yeah!
は信じてくれないでしょう
Maybe you're not convinced, but whether we're talking about power or will,
私にとって
to me, Harshers are nothing. That's not what she looks like when you play as her.
あなたがこれから向き合うのは個体としてのイデアではなく私が転写したある定義においての全てよ超えなさいさあ永遠の姿で歴史の隅々まで行き渡った英雄たちよその女子誌をもう
It's
一度
dude with the
降臨さ
sword.
せなさい
やっぱり前にも見た敵たちです。でもそれこそが作戦の中で最も重要な部分です。
I would like to move the camera.
"あなたは意識たちをコアのかけらに入れようとしてるの?かつてのジョイスのように必勝策それがあなたがコアを取り戻した本当の目的なのでも30万分の1の力でずっと同じことができるわけじゃないでしょそこまで目標ロックオン全部総展開私も放映のように美しさを記録しましたここで輝きなさい世界の最大成功に帰りなさい今歴史に名を残した当事者たちを明確な概念へと整合しましょう
Come back here and let me punch
死
you.
を征伐する強い意志をここで目覚め欲深い王権となれ
幻影ですか。本物のイデアもその中にいるはずです。急いで見つけ出さないと。班長。ブローニャ行動中。班長。
I was not on the bike.
エデンの橋、その実力の全てを発揮する時が来ました。
なるほど。断りの律者、その名の通りね。でも成婚計画の前ではあっという間に消えてなくなる支配者のようなものよ。できるだけ優しくしましょう。
ダメ。これは前のものと同じ空間でしょうか。いえ、どこか違う気がします。この障壁は
Can I move the camera now?
コード。
悪くないわね。最も暗い場所を経験することでやっと生まれ変わることができる。
Oh my god, this is hilarious. Why is there a pink square?
パンチョ。
I think something in the graphics broke. I don't think that's supposed to be there.
歴史の美行、時間を超えなさい。ごめんなさい。あなたが背負うことになる。成功に帰りなさい。できる。ではそろそろ次のプレゼントを登場させましょう。炎に入りなさい。遺憾なき世界よ。でも神聖者に対してはこうした方が公平でしょうね。
She stole my SP! What a bitch!
今までのイデアと比べるとあまりにも普通です。いいえ、とにかく油断はできません。やっぱりブローニャの行動を予測できるんですね。どうやら相手がボロを出すのを待つ必要があるようです。行動中。
Can't. Ow. Rude.
ブローニャ、行動。
Rude. Fucking interrupting. This was her idea and she's fucking interrupting.
フィニッシュスキル、目標ロックオン。全武装展開。 ものです。コアのかけらに入れましょう。律者の力が完全に回復しました。
戦いに関しては確かにあなたはいい作詞だった。でも英雄、王者、数
So
千万の
fucking
騎
funny.
士は長い歴史の川にとってはどれも小さいものよ。私は過ちを変える。これは成婚計画が保管した全ての人生。見届けなさい、無法の万民を。
あの防御体制、ウサギは何かを準備しているはずです。邪魔してくるイデアの種を早く突破しないと。
This looks. This is really stupid and funny to do.
急ぎましょう。
優れた洞察力ね。でももう間に合わないわ。
いいえ、ここで終わりです。ヨルムンガンドの幹部。
転換じゃなくて正面突破するの？
やっぱりあなたは記録した人生を自分の力にできないようですね。あなたはただそれを保管して再現してるだけです。
保管ね。
Oh no.
断りの律者コアの構造は分散的。そうしたくはないけれど、与えたものを取り戻すことは私たちにとっては馴染む。
おかしい。今彼女は思想を奪ってなかったのに。
Oh.
つまり彼女は30万の偽物の思想でコアの上限を欺いたんですか？
そうね。確かにこの戦いであなたは私の隙を見つけ出した。でも簡単に挽回できるような隙なら反撃の鍵にしかならないわ。結局この戦いの鍵はミステルとブローニャにあるの。成婚計画の前では断りの律者の歴史と栄誉なんて話す価値もない。
それとこれとは別です。最高の証拠はあなた自身なんです。
もちろん私は私自身の限界を理解してるけど、今までの断りの律者たちも同じでしょ。どうやらその子にも限界が来たようね。あなたが持つ他のものと同じように。
重装詐欺。
Oh no, Project Bunny.
その子のことは見逃しましょう。私はあなたの過去を知っている。その子の意味も分かってる。私が求めてるのは勝利だけ。あなたを傷つけるつもりはないの。あなたも全てを、現実をよく見なさい。これが。
そうですね。現実をよく見てください、ミステル。
Purple. She's doing the thing! She's becoming the other one!
あなたが向き合っているのは真理の名です。
Magical girl transformation! Go! Yeah! It's very bright. The winner had been decided. An unorthodox armor was reflected in Hare's eyes, a type of power that belonged to the future. To understand and materialize, the Herrscher of Reason used to utilize this authority frequently, but it could not achieve the complexity before her eyes. Just like the past Celine, this wasn't a power that could be fully understood by the user alone. But this time, the girl was not overwhelmed. She felt joy. What kind of power could rival all lives recorded along the land you had traveled? Metamorphosis. She knew the answer, but it was the first time she had witnessed it herself. She felt that her past, regretful self had gotten the answer now. Not only can humans change stigma, they can even change Herschers. And this brand new power naturally represented another thing. I will retain their past, even if it will cost them to lose their future. This was an answer that someone had given before. I want to give them a future, even if they will not have a past to remember. This was an answer that someone had given before. I want them to broaden their future, even if it means sacrificing my present. This was an answer that someone had given before. These answers that chose the lesser of two evils were not the ones that gave Bronya help just now. They came from a past that was interpreted after death, and cannot win against the present. If a person can't accept losing something, he does not actually possess the ability to protect that something. This was something Bronya had once said. In that instant, she recalled Joyce's final goal, and also Joachim's starting point. This finally made her realize that legacy was something that validated an existence through disappearance. The past is but a storage in the end, a mirror. Only the future can win against the present. The 300,000 thoughts that belonged to the Herrscher of Reason were only remnants of history. They could not resolve all unknown problems. When we expand time and space, this logic was incredibly obvious. Willing isolationists could not understand the changes of the Industrial Revolution. Brave Zulu warriors also could not win against the merciless fire of machine guns. When civilization stalls at a certain point in time, it will lose its ability to win against the future, and to the Herrscher of Reason, those 300,000 thoughts were not consumed. If the metamorphosis was not complete, this authority would not be a power that can fight against Project Stigma and God's Atom. In the swinging grass, a senior she greatly admired, the beginning of this legacy appeared before the girl's eyes. In the past, that was an existence that she and Joachim knew they could not catch up to, but still insisted on getting close to. Now, they finally fought side by side, but as those 300,000 thoughts were consumed by the metamorphosized core, this was also the last image that the other had left in the world.
すみません。明日へと向かうために、ブローニャはあなた
I'm
が
sorry,
残した
to
過去を
achieve
覆し
tomorrow,
ました。
Bronya has subversed the past that you've left behind.
ですが、
But Bronya does not have any regrets as the Herrscher of
ブロー
Reason.
ニャは後悔していません。
After all,
人類の真理は必ず
After all, the
変わる。
only inevitable truth about humanity is that humanity's truth will change inevitably. As usual, the other party remained silent, but this time, he smiled far more than he did in the past.
さようなら。
Goodbye,
ベルト
Walt
ジョイス
Joyce.
さん。あなたの伝承を背負う
Bronya
こと
is
がで
very
きて、
honored
ブローニャはとて
to
も
be able
光
to
栄です。
carry your legacy. The Herrscher of Reason has never been a simple part of history. Starting as one of 300,000, everything about it is reborn in the present, victorious over all from the past. Okay.
ブローニャちゃん。勝負はつきましたから、心配しないでください。
Damn. Having responded to her comrade's concerns, Bronya looked towards Hera again. The defeated was exhausted but not
あな
discouraged.
たは
Did you do this deliberately?
わ
Huh? What do you mean?
あら
Bronya did not answer her immediately, but felt her own harsher core. Compared to her companions, the metamorphosis of hers was so successful that it seemed miraculous.
最も暗い
One
場
must
所を
call
経
through the
験する
darkness
こと
before
でや
being
っと
born.
生まれ
Just
変
like
わ
the
れる
foolproof strategy that Bronya had
ブ
thought
ロ
of
ーニャ
before
が
the
必殺
battle.
策を思いつい
You
た
also
ように
completed your
あ
objective,
なた
right?
も自分
私が適当
Oh,
に口
you
にし
still
た
remember
言
what
葉
I
を
said whimsically?
覚えてくれてた
Sticks
の
well, doesn't it?
例を挙げてみただけで
Bronya
す
was simply giving an
この
example.
言葉の意味のように
Like the meaning behind this
敵ではあ
phrase.
りましたが
Even though you're an
あな
enemy,
たはずっと
you've also been giving
ブローニ
Bronya
ャ
the
に
right
正しい
guidance,
導
deliberate
き
or
を
not,
与えてたようなそして
and built
今
it
と
up
いう
to our
状況
present
を作りまし
situation.
た
Don't flatter yourself. This is a
自
situation
分
where I
が
lose
ボコボコに
painfully.
されるような
I'm
状
not,
況を作ったっ
I'm
て
not
言い
who
た
I
いの
am from more than a decade ago. I don't
私は
have
十
such
数
weird
年前の
tastes.
私あそうだ
Oh,
ま
right.
だ
Do you
知
know
らな
about
い
this
のよ
yet?
ね
I'm the second generation heir created by
私は
Project
成功
Stigma.
計画が作
Strictly
った
speaking, I'm not the
二代
pitiful
目
and
のウサギは
detestable existence that
厳
you
密
saw in your
に言うと
memories.
ちなみに
Speaking of
ちょっと
which,
気
I'm
になる
actually
こ
a
と
little
があるんだけ
curious. How did humans manage to do
ど
something
人類
similar?
はそれって
Do you mean
断り
condensing
の
the
律者
Hersher
の
of
コアを
Reason's core
再び
again?
あなたはとっく
You've
に
long
30
received
万人の
acknowledgement
思
from
想
those
に認められて
300,000
るわ
thoughts. It's not
そんなの
strange for you
別
to be
に
able
お
to
かし
do
く
that.
私が本当に
What
気
I
になって
really
るの
mean
はコアに
is,
あった 意識の
you did
残
not
片を
erase
消
any
す能
remaining
力よ
fragments of consciousness left in
あ
the
なたに
core.
はないでしょ
It's not the authority of the
それ
Hersher
は
of Reason.
断
You
りの
did not
律者の
go
力
so
じゃ
far
な
to
い
achieve
し
this either.
あなた
Did you
まさか
remember all
コア
those
ではなく
300,000 thoughts with your own will
完
instead
全
of
に
through the
自分
core?
それとも
Or the Hersher of Reason's
断りの
core
律
sensed
者
your
の
will
コ
and
アが
automatically did it for
あ
you?
なたの
ブローニャ個人の感覚から言うとおそら
From
く
Bronya's
後
own
者の方が真
experience,
相
I'm
に
afraid
近
the
いと
latter
思
is
いま
closer
す
to the truth.
本音を言うと
Frankly
ブローニャ
speaking,
はそこま
Bronya
で
didn't
考え
consider
てい
so
ま
much
せんで
back
した
then.
律者コアに決
The
まった
Hersher's
要領
core
が
had
あ
a
るとした
specific
ら
capacity
どんどん
and
増
to
える
carry
過
the
去を
ever
持ちな
increasing
がらも
past to walk toward
未
the
来の
future.
自分がもう一つのコアに
Bronya
な
can
るし
only
かあり
make
ません
herself into another core.
その後は
So what happened
律
after?
者
I
として
merely went with the flow as the
流れに
Hersher
身
of
を任
Reason.
せる彼らは別の形
Bronya
としてブ
feels
ロー
that
ニャ
they've
の
taken
一部に
another
なり
form to become
そ
part
し
of
てこれ
Bronya.
からのブローニャは
Following
変化とと
Bronya's
もに
change, they will adapt
未
to the
来に
future as
適応
well.
し
His
そ
is
れ
what
が
we
事
call
後に判
hindsight.
定謙虚になる
You
必
don't
要
have
は
to
な
be
いわ
humble. From what I know, your
私の
metamorphosis
知
is
って
far
る
more
限り
successful than the other
あな
Hershers.
30万人の思想
300,000 thoughts. Even if
活
there
動
was no
してる
active
意志
will,
じゃな
that's
く
enough
て
to
も
break down any human's brain.
その量は人類の
Not
脳を
just
簡
changing
単
their
に
form of
潰せるほどのも
existence.
のだでもそれがあなたなのねブローニャ
But that's you,
断り
Bronya.
の律者
Thank
と
you
は
for
何
letting
か
me
を
witness what it means
私
to
に
be the
教えて
Hersher
く
of
れてあり
Reason.
がとうその勝利は偶
Although
然
this
に見え
victory
る
may
け
seem like a coincidence,
そ
you're
れ
an
を成し遂げる
indispensable
鍵
part
と
of
し
it
て
and made it absolute.
いいでしょ
Alright, just as I had
う
said
私が
before,
話したよう
you
に
see this is a stage clear
これ
game.
を
All
ゲ
of
ーム
you
として考える
have
なら
definitely cleared my
あ
stage.
先に言っておく
Let
け
me
ど
make it clear. I don't have the power to
私に
reverse
は
Project Stigma,
成
neither
功
does my
計画
sire.
を逆転させ
But
る
at
ような
this point,
力
I'm
は
too
ない
ashamed to stop you anymore.
後のことはあなたたちの委員長に聞いてみるといいわ
Ask Fuhua about what happened.
あなたの成長はみんなの期待を超えている彼女の期待もね
Yay! Bronya, what was that just now? Is there something wrong?
ありすぎるわ
I'm
よ
afraid there are a lot of things wrong.
そうだよ
Yeah, I can understand what happened. I can't understand what happened between the two of you at all,
全
but
然今のブローニャは
Bronya is a complete Hersher of Reason now, right? Girl took a quick look at herself, but didn't see anything special. Yeah. Thinking back to the previous time a similar situation occurred, she subconsciously looked at her side. After recondensing the Hersher core, she created a new mechanical body for her comrade. Project Bunny floated silently. It was incredibly different from the past, yet it also seemed like nothing changed. Change is the only constant. That was also the key to her victory just now.
さてまずは
Alright, let's help. Hanya! They're so cute. And gay. And I'm being adorable.
ゼーレ
Seela, so glad you're safe.
はい
Thank you, but how did you...
もちろん私が
Of
呼び寄
course,
せた
I
に
was the
決
one
ま
who
って
called
る
her
でしょ
over.
こんなに騒がしく
What
して
made such a big fuss but excluded me from the fun? That's not very appropriate, is it? it. Oh, Senti, there's no time for jokes now.
今は冗談を言って
We
い
still
る
have
場合
plenty
で
to
は
do
ありません
next.
委員長
Hoo-ha!
よかった
Kate, you're finally awake.
目覚めたんだ
I'm surprised you're not wife and when Fuhua is on screen. Fuhua is on screen, Shola. Can't you finally awake?
久しぶり
Long time no see, Kiana,
そして
May,
メイさん
Bronya, and
ブ
Sela.
ローニャ
お久しぶりです
It's been a while,
委員長
Fuhua.
待って私
Wait, what about me?
あなたのおかげで助かりました
Given us a great deal of
一
help.
段落したら
I'll be sure to thank you
また個別
personally
に
later.
感謝 僕
oh
ね
You. Regardless, everyone who reunited recomposed themselves and exchanged about their individual circumstances.
なるほど
I see.
それでは今度は
Perfect.
私
It's
が
time
報
for me
告
to
する
report
番
my
です
situation
ま
too.
ず
Firstly, as you can all see, Kevin has already left the moon. Since he did not encounter much trouble, he left to execute the next step of the project. Of course, from his perspective, we're the ones who decide if we'll become his enemies.
計画の次の段階
Next
で
step
す
of the
か
project.
わかるでしょ
Isn't it obvious? Kevin can't care less about this place. He stayed temporarily only to flaunt his capabilities to us.
彼はそんなことをするような人
He
じゃない
isn't someone who dawdles.
私よりケビンの
Do you
こ
know
とを
Kevin more
知って
than I
るみたい
do?
の
She didn't want to bother with a fruitless argument, and so she turned to Fuhua. In a short moment of eye contact, they ascertained something that was read between the
おそら
lines.
くケビンは
I think that
皆さん
Kevin
から
wanted
何
to
かを
find
見つけた
something
か
from
ったん
all
だ
of
と
you.
思います
To do so, he continually
そのために
instructed
彼
you
は
to
生
test your
涯を
wills and
使い
abilities to battle.
彼は全力で戦い
Put in
な
a
がら
lot of effort, but went easy on
Woman
us.
に見てくれ
Even
ま
though
した
the Harsher of Sentience had to return to Earth on his own
自ら
accord.
どういうことですか？
What? Isn't he looking down on
私
us?
たちを舐めて
I'm
る
not
ってわ
exactly a
け
team with you
彼に
guys.
勝てないと思って
He knew that I couldn't
投降す
win
るふりを
against
し
him
た
then and pretended to
あいつ
surrender. That guy
自
probably
分の
wanted to
器
present
の大き
himself
さ
as
をアピールしたかっ
magnanimous
た
and
か
told
ら
me a
か
few things regarding the
月
moon in
にこの
detail.
精魂覚醒者が空間
Like the
に与える
influence
影
that
響
Stigma
とか
awakened have on
ギリシャ
space,
を閉
trapping
じ込める
Hershey's in a
世界
bubble
はある
universe.
か
Now everyone
あ
can use
と
that
誰
bug
もが使う
hole.
それって
You mean
ワームホールのこ
wormhole?
とですか？
そうそう
Ah,
あ
yes,
な
the
た
place
た
that
ち
you
が
guys
さっき
fought at
戦った
earlier.
場所
It
だ
used
よ
to be a Stargate that
地
the
球
moths
と
used to
月を
travel
行き
between
来
the
す
Earth
る
and the
ための
moon.
火を追うた
Unfortunately,
め
it
の
was
支援も
destroyed
だっ
before
たんだけ
finality
ど
descended that
周
day.
辺が降臨する前に壊れたんだ
Can they say that? Is Stargate copyrighted? Like, I feel like they can't call it a Stargate, but I don't know if how the copyright works for that. It was destroyed before finality descended that
で
day.
もあの氷
But that
男は
popsicle
こうも言
did
って
leave
た
some
気が
words
する
behind. Something like,
確
use the
か
Hersher of Reason's
お
power at
隣
its
の
full
律者
potential.
の
The mere
力を
moon cannot
極限
imprison
まで上げら
Hershers.
何
What?
そんな
Looking at
こと言
you,
う
are
の
you going to try what he said?
試すことすら躊
If we
躇し
dare
て
not
しま
try,
った
then the
ら
world serpent will
ブローニ
truly
ャたち
step
は
all
本
over
当に
us.
ブロニアお姉ちゃん
Anya, you're not
無理
pushing
して
yourself,
な
are
いよ
you?
ね
Hearing about a task to open a path again after Colostan instinctively struck fear on Sela's
安
heart.
心してください
Don't worry,
キリ
Sela. The present Bronya
今
is
までの断りの
much
律者
stronger
た
than all
ち
the
よりも
past Hershers of
ずっ
Reason.
とアインシュタインローゼンの端を検知しました重力異常を検出ストレンジ物質の注入を開始します
Strange matter.
2 1正門革新装置修復完了起動準備に入ります
Cool space travel! Little bit of space travel. They're so cute.
ブロニ
Well done, Bronya.
信じら
That's
れない
crazy. That's
みたい
magic.
だね
I mean, kinda?
ブロニアお姉ちゃん
Bronya, you really are
本当
pushing
に
yourself
無理
this
して
time.
ない
え
Bronya
Bronya
keeps
は
her word.
少し感慨深い
I'm
ですね
speechless. This is actually my first time
正
seeing
常
it
に稼
working
働している
properly.
姿の
つまりこれが
Elias and Otto were
メ
in
ビウ
charge
ス
of
と
building
コンが
this.
中
Yeah.
でも
But
そうす
what
ると
about the people in New
ニューアトラの
Atra?
人
The
たちは
wreckage
ど
of
うするの
finality can't be repaired.
うーん
The girl hesitated. She was worried about Sora and Lyle,
こ
but
んな時は
we should trust
クライ
Klein.
を信じよう
Given the state the Earth is in, it'd be
今の
safer for
地球の
Sora and
状
her
況を
friends to
考
stay
え
on the
る
moon.
とクーちゃんたちは月に残ってた方が安全だと思う
Sure.
クラインって
I think she's a robot made by World Serpent, but she's good at everything.
なるほど
Means
そ
she
ういう
found
こ
it.
となのその通りよ
True. I got to know Klein as a person in World Serpent. You can trust her.
では
Now
これ
then,
から
we'll go
ブ
fight
ロー
on
ニャた
Earth.
ちは皆さん
Is everyone ready to take back your future from Kevin and finality?
もちろん
Yeah! Come on, Senti! Put your hand in! Boo! Fuck off! Ads! Okay, it's fine. Take the ad break, and we'll go BRB. Beep. It's true, Aqua. I expressed my surprise that she did not wife in chat, and so she did. I really gotta look at my ad stuff because it warned me about an ad, about the very first ad, and not a single one since for this stream. I see. Hatching. Is that what you're really after? You're beginning to understand me, aren't you? The fact that you did not force Marnia to watch the last memory proves that you are no longer the same existence as that jinxed crystal. Her past experiences, pain, and envy, those are like someone else's emotions now. You can no longer fully empathize. In fact, even your disappointment in the harsher of reason is merely a pretense. But it is because you didn't have enough motivation that you ironically gave it all during that fight. Don't put it that way. You make me sound like a weirdo. You're really not intending to tell her that part of the story. Regardless, she's involved in it. She has the right to know the truth. When all has become history, when all conflicts have ended, if I have the chance, I'll tell her. Go away, Bug! But I absolutely cannot do so before she starts a fight. Dr. May phrased it well. The nature of humanity is to sacrifice oneself for something else. If the reason she picks a fight with me isn't related to the Hersh's authority, but for more personal feelings, then she would not have found an absolute strategy. She could only borrow her companion's powers to defeat me. In the end, you're still so prideful. That's something only a human would think of. The program you're made of is getting better. For some reason, her tone was cheerful yet concerned. Because of that, Prometheus held herself back. Back on track. From the very beginning, you already wanted to make sure that she would be the final victor. What, is that weird? After all, I need to give my past self a clear answer. The curse that she left behind has finally turned into a gift now. Isn't that great? I do understand a little now how your past self could keep pace with that Kevin. Venice is no more. The past Greek islands have drowned in acceleration. But it's the having, not the keeping, that is the treasure. The difference between having and keeping. Wait, so you... Then she suddenly realized that Hare's blatant interest in hatching seemed to refer to something else. Yes, regardless of anything, I have nothing to do with Project Stigma now. Be it to the Hershers who fight for humanity, or to Kevin, or even to a particular Grey Serpent, we're more suited to be mere witnesses, no? At the same time, under the same night sky, that lone and dim blue light was calling out to another person on his way back. Now, as Project Stigma advanced, the Earth had not only evolved into an unrecognizable form, but had also been continuously fusing itself with fiction. In that home that once belonged to humans, the disciples of the Serpent are relentlessly taking all nutrients in sight and infusing them into this foreign star. All things are stored into unity. This is the definition of embrace. But among those disciples, some who had once announced the imminent appearance of spiritual Adam were missing. And the one with the serial number 1904 had just received a small favor. Satisfied, he gazed at his hometown from the moon. Caring for children is still much more interesting than fighting. He had sensed something similar before, but spoken again now, it had a different meaning. A new revelation. Of course, through Project Stigma, you can use others for your own cause. What if you want the kindlings to illuminate the entire planet? You'll have to do more than that. Sire. Just crazy. Oh, cool. Nice. It's very nice. It had a little trouble there. Okay, well that's a good time for the stop-ins. Got some stuffs. What is it? Is it inventory? Okay, it's inventory. Okay. Chapters. Oh. Are these side things? Or is this the next part? That's the next part of the story? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Why is it still got the dot? Whatever. No, I want to put on the chapters part. Okay. Chapter 24. Woo! 34. I meant 34. Anyways. Wait, no. I won't be in here. I'm gonna grab this real quick. Good thing I have a bunch of stamina saved up then. Oh, cool. We get some Sela pieces. That's nice. I have 23. Woo! stuff. Ugh. It's not what I wanted. Oh, there's only 2 things on here. Yes, I will be ending very soon. Do I have? I don't think I have enough for the next outfit supply. No, I need 400 for the next outfit supply. Maybe we'll get the cute outfit since I actually have rebirth. That was only for 4 fucking days. Fucking hell, man. I'll try and get that off screen. Stream. I'm not gonna do that right now. You should go and try and get rebirth. Hershey rebirth. Okay. Stream tomorrow. We're gonna stream again tomorrow. More Honkai. I want to try and get through as much as possible. Before the patch, but I don't think we're gonna be able to get this origin one before the patch without skipping to part 2. But also I definitely want to get caught up on the story before the launch of the Elden Ring DLC and Dawn Trail, because I will be taking time off for that, for those, to play those things. So next week might also be a bunch more Honkai. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. But we'll be back tomorrow with more waifu game. We can listen to some nice music while I look and see if I feel like rating anyone, because I'm kind of tired. I'm sleeping bad. We might not. We might just go bedtime or something. Yeah. Discord, Twitter, YouTube are all linked down below. And thank you for coming in, Ruben. Thank you for stopping by. Discord, Twitter, and YouTube are all linked down below if you wanna, catch up. Yeah, you go to bed. If you guys need to go to bed, go to bed. But yeah, if you wanna watch Lies of P first playthrough, if you wanna see this, other streams of this, catch up on the story from that, or see Elden Ring Arcane Run, which will eventually be updated with the DLC at some point. I haven't decided when exactly I'm gonna do that character for the DLC. But yeah, all that stuff's linked down below if you want to join the Discord or follow me on those or whatever. Yes, braining. We will continue 34 tomorrow and see how far we get. We don't actually have a ton left of part 1. But I hope you all have a good night and day, and I will see you all tomorrow. Goodbye.